Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do you need to see?
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Just getting set for part 2 of day 3 of this trial. And this is the part where the state is going to rest.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Hey, Judge Fleischer. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's not my birthday, though. We're not back in court quite yet. We've got just a couple minutes before the judge will be back. We'll be there as soon as he does come back. But we still have the ME. He's waiting in the hallway. We're ready to be called. I think we also have possibly some DNA testimony. I think we already had some of that, though. Did we already get the DNA? I think we just have the ME left. I think we already had the DNA because he didn't do the whole...
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Right. I don't think he did the whole explanation about how DNA works, but I just don't remember the Trulil testimony. I don't know. All these cases are running together in my head, so this one's going fast. It's going fast. Only 3 days here. Welcome. Have to say welcome, of course, to Kim R., who was first in chat today. Kim, there you are. You won the internet, Kim. You were first in chat. We're going to punish you for your over-exuberance by sentencing you to internet ownership, and you're responsible for everything IP-related worldwide, at least the problems as a result, at least until we go live again.
In front of the Walmart.
In front of the Walmart. Yep. Wow, that's loud. It was really loud. DNA we already got, so far as I know. I think we did, but it was probably some of the fastest DNA testimony I've ever heard, and maybe it's because the judge has heard it all before and didn't need the explanation that the jury normally gets about how DNA works and how you get some from your mom and some from your dad. Let's see. So it might just be the ME. Holly Mack says, I laughed so hard when I heard Ian's clip the other day. Well, I think it's this one that you're talking about.
Because we here in Canada hate you and
taking it easy.
hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
That's the clip. I asked Ian's permission. I said, Ian, can I? It was actually he was on with on FNF with Rob from Lawn Lumber, and I'm like, Ian, please, I humbly beg, may I use that "We Hate You" soundbite? And he said yes, 100%. So, big thanks to Ian on Runkle of the Bailey. Great legal mind in LawTube, and appreciate him being able to give us permission to use that. So, this comment,
because we here in Canada hate you.
That part is to UPS, United Postal Service, or UPS, the brown trucks, because they just rip off Canadians. If you ship something via UPS to Canada, they just rip them off. They charge them, according to Ian, just all these bogus fees and much more than anyone else charges. And so that's what it's from. But I just wanted to take it out of context so we could use it. I think at some point we might make that something that you guys can command. I don't want to use too much because it can be, without knowing the context. Okay, it could be offensive to some, like, whoa, that's a little harsh. But no, once you understand the meaning and the reason behind it, it was great. Ian, that UPS video was fantastic. I loved that from Ian. Once paid $35 shipping for a $17 book shipped from the States. Yeah, everybody up in Canada says, yeah, hate. Hate's a good word for that. I've used others, but hate works. Hate works. All right. Let's see. All right. Welcome everybody. As we get started here, we are right at the end of the state's case. Like the very end. I think medical examiner is the last one, and they've proven their case. They've proven their case. I don't know what defense is going to do. Their reasons for doubt or possibility, like trying to find wiggle room for could have been somebody else. There is just nothing there that I've been able to see at all. Even on cross-examination, they haven't been able to really create any space to create room for doubt, in my mind at least. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens. I was just reviewing during the lunch break some of the video. There was actually a point where the prosecutor, you can still hear that, huh? That's annoying. The prosecutor had coffee delivered by her armed waiter. I think he was I don't know, deputy or investigator or something. Okay. Well, here we go. I found the waiter part, but then something happened later. Let's see. So this was, I have to shrink this one down so you guys can see it. Okay, right here. So this was the moment where, we'll play it slow speed, where he shows up, walks in with the coffee, drops it off for her, and leaves. I mean, love the uniform, love the long sleeves under the polo shirt. It's a look I've pulled off successfully many times in my youth. Looks great. There's another point later on, and I'm looking for it right now, but we've got to scroll through quite a bit to find it, where he comes in and like lays on her shoulder. I don't know how else to say that. Just like completely leans on her shoulder to talk to her. And I'm like, wow, that's really close. Are they related or just friends? Maybe the office is just really tight knit like that. Let's see where it was. She was sitting down at her desk and he comes in. Oops. I need to be able to see both to make sure I'm not missing court. Okay. No. I'll let you guys watch this while I watch the other one. How about that? Let's see if I can find that clip. He like whispered something in her ear. Sweet nothings. I don't know what it was, but something probably about witnesses and who was there. But I just want to see. Oh man, I thought I had it. I thought I had it right there, and it's gone. Maybe he was saying, hey, you owe me for the coffee. No. We're going to keep the audio on just for a minute so I can hear, so I don't miss anything. Oh, wait, here's another part. Let's look at this really quickly. What happens right here? What is she saying here? She mouths words to somebody in the audience here. I've got it on like 70% speed. Any ideas? I have no idea either. My lip reading skills are just not on point today. I think something already is what she ends with. I think I'm close. Let's see. Got up and left. Had the Let's come in. Sorry, I'm ignoring everything else and trying to find this. Should have done it during lunch break, but I was eating. I apologize. Got the courtroom, or the locker room views. We watched that. Not during that. Oh, here it is. Found it. Okay. Right here. We're going to watch this slow motion. Watch. It's actually just behind me, so I'm going to disappear. Watch the lead prosecutor. That just looks really close. That just looked close. I don't get that close to anyone but my wife. So maybe they've just been working together for a long time. But let's see. I don't know. Your call on that one. Brought her coffee. Someone will figure it out. It's just being confidential. All right. Judge is back on the bench. We're about to start. How's your Stephen? We're running low on some, but we have a lot of variety. My wife bought a lot of little Stevens Gourmet hot cocoa containers, and we have some of those. But the plain main Stevens Gourmet hot chocolate is running low. We might have to reorder.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm back. Waiting for defense, who is not present right now. Client is. The judge says we are going to get a colloquy with the defendant, one of the few times where we will hear his voice during this trial, because I do not believe he will take the stand. But we're going to hear from him while he answers the questions through an interpreter about whether he wants to testify in his own defense. If your feed is blurry, refresh your screen and change or click the little gear button and change the resolution you're watching at. We're sending it out at 1080p. Logger, I can give you a link if you want one of those. It's let's see. One second.
Are you asking for it, Mr. Don?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And here he is. Ms. Lawson, you may proceed.
State calls Dr. Michelle DeMarco.
I think this is our ME.
Please, ma'am, do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Dr. Michelle DeMarco, MICHELLEDIMARCO.
Good afternoon. Where are you employed?
I am currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Medical Examiner's Office.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am an associate medical examiner, so my duties include performing autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death, as well as testifying in court.
How long have you worked as a medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I've been an associate medical examiner for 3 years now.
Could you tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
Of course. So starting out back in college, I had a 4-year degree in a major in biology with minors in chemistry as well as biomedical physics. So I had my bachelor's degree in 2011. Following that, I did 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina, to get my MD degree or medical doctor degree. Following that, I moved to Atlanta to have a 4-year residency at Emory. My 4-year residency was in anatomic pathology as well as clinical pathology. Following that 4-year residency, I entered my first fellowship. I spent a year at the Children's Hospital of Atlanta for a pediatric pathology fellowship. Following that, I entered my second fellowship with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in forensic pathology.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been so licensed?
Since residency training.
And what year is that?
I started residency in, oh gosh, what year was that? Sorry, I blanked. I started residency in 2015.
Are you board certified?
I am board certified. I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, pediatric pathology, and forensic pathology.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I have been a member in the past as a trainee when the memberships were free, but currently I am not paying any membership dues for those organizations.
Is it your duty to perform autopsies?
It is.
What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy, you can think of it as 3 components. So the first is our external examination, which consists of essentially a physical exam head to toe. Following that, we have our internal examination where we will remove all of the organs and examine them and dissect them. Following the internal portion, we will collect evidence and submit testing such as toxicology, and that's kind of the third ancillary aspect of our autopsies. And our autopsies are performed to determine the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you performed over the course of your career and training?
Over 1,000.
Have you previously been qualified before in a court of law as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 10.
And is this included in the Superior Courts of the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert in Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. DeMarco as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology.
No objection.
The witness will be allowed to testify as an expert in the areas of pathology and forensic pathology.
And what is briefly pathology and forensic pathology?
Of course. So pathology is essentially the study of disease. My residency training was mostly spent in the hospital, in the pathology department, in the laboratory. So there's anatomic pathology, which is more so dealing with the tissues. So let's say, for example, you have a biopsy performed. A pathologist is the person that will oversee the lab that processes the biopsy and look at it under the microscope. In addition to that, anatomic pathology also includes autopsies. So there will be medical autopsies in the hospital that are performed. Clinical pathology, instead of dealing with diagnosing disease in the tissue, it's diagnosing disease in liquid. So if you get a blood test performed, that goes to a laboratory that is run by a pathologist to get your hemoglobin level, per se. Then forensic pathology is a subset of anatomic pathology that deals with medical legal autopsies, sudden unexplained deaths that are usually non-natural, but natural also occurs as well.
Were you the doctor that performed an autopsy on an individual named Laken Riley?
Yes, I was.
Would you tell the court, please, on what day and what time did you perform that autopsy?
On February 23rd at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Where was that autopsy performed?
At the GBI headquarters in Decatur, Georgia.
When you performed the autopsy on Laken Riley, did you photograph it?
Photographs were taken under my direction by our forensic photographer.
Thank you. And did you also produce a report summarizing your findings?
I did, yes.
And what is the unique case number that was assigned to Laken Riley? And did you use that unique case number in the photographs and in your report?
Yes, that unique case number was used throughout. May I refer to my report so I don't state the case number?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
While she's looking at that, let me go ahead and make an announcement to the media that there will not be any photographs or any depiction of autopsy evidence going forward.
The case number is 2024-1005-107.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness and I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. And what we have done, Your Honor, is made multiple copies of the photographs. The defense counsel has some at their table so that they can follow along. I'm handing Dr. DeMarco states 299 through 218. And I ask if she recognizes those, and I'm going to have an extra copy for the court so that she can talk about a photo by number and everybody can see it at the same time.
Okay.
Without having the need to publish the photos.
Lori, if you type seat as a member, you have reserved virtual seating.
They haven't been admitted yet.
Not yet.
So you can type this in chat.
Right here
Thank you,
until
sir.
they are.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge not looking yet because they have not been admitted yet.
Oh, 299 to 318.
Doesn't want to have to unring that bell.
Do you recognize states 299 to 318?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the photographs that were taken at the time of autopsy.
Of Laken Riley?
Correct.
And her belongings? Or items that came in with her body, sorry.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
The state would, no, do they fairly and accurately depict Laken Riley and her body as you saw it on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, they do.
State would move to admit states 299 to 318.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And in lieu of publishing them over to Elmo, Your Honor, if you could take those, thank you, for the court. So let's start first with, could you tell the court in what condition did you receive Laken Riley's body?
Laken Riley was received to our office in a body bag with identifying tags on the zippers of the external surface.
And is that what we see in states 299?
Correct.
Okay. And in states 299, do you see that unique case number that you just read to us?
Yes.
States 300, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
Following the photographs that are taken of the tags on the bag, we will take as, quote unquote, as is photographs. So as we receive the body, we will take photos, how they come in. And that is photos 300 through 302.
So I want to talk to you about the condition of her body. First of all, were her hands bagged?
Yes.
And do you see those bags in states 300?
Yes, and 301.
301. And what other, could you describe her body in terms of how was she clothed and what, if any, other items you saw around her hair?
She came in wearing pants, undergarments, as well as shoes and socks. She had a necklace on her neck as well. There was a hair tie in her hair, as well as admixed leaves and twigs, vegetative debris.
And are those items depicted in states 300? That is the vegetative debris. Do you see it at the top of states 300?
Yes.
In her hair?
Yes.
All right. And then moving to states 302, does that depict her bottom part of her clothing, her leggings, and her shoes?
Correct.
All right. Could you please describe Laken Riley in terms of age, height, and weight?
May I refer to my report for height and weight, just so that I'm accurate? She was 22-year-old female, 64 inches or 5'4", and 143 pounds.
Did you observe any injuries to Laken Riley?
I did.
Can you globally describe them, and then we'll cover them in more detail. Globally describe the injuries that you saw, just in general terms.
So Laken exhibited blunt force head trauma, as well as signs of asphyxia.
What is asphyxia?
Asphyxia is essentially the inability to deliver oxygen to your tissues and cells.
And what types of actions can cause asphyxia? Where do you see asphyxial deaths?
Asphyxial deaths can be seen in hangings, which are ligature strangulation. They can be seen in manual strangulation, as well as neck compression, either by somebody using their arm or doing an arm bar or chokehold or something like that.
And at times as a medical examiner, are you able to determine what type of asphyxia caused or contributed to a victim's death?
In cases where we have good autopsy findings that would allow us to categorize them into one of those areas, we can.
And in this particular case with Laken Riley, were you able to determine what type of asphyxia you saw?
I was not able to categorize it.
So how did you categorize it in your report then, or how did you characterize it?
I just refer to it as asphyxia and not otherwise specified.
So it could be manual strangulation, but you just don't have enough findings to say that.
Correct.
Could be compression?
Correct.
Okay. So you told us the global injuries. I want to start first with Laken's face and head, and then move down the rest of her body, if you could.
Okay.
So we're looking at states 303. Could you tell the court what we're looking at there?
303 is what we call our quote-unquote ID shot. So we take this for every case where we put the case number under the individual's face and take this photograph.
Do you see any injuries to Laken's face?
Yes.
What are those injuries? Please, can you describe them for us?
She has a combination of abrasions, which are scrapes, as well as contusions, which is just the fancy medical way of saying a bruise, so bleeding under the skin, as well as lacerations. Lacerations, as opposed to an abrasion just being a scrape of the skin, a laceration is a defect of the skin and the tissue immediately underlying it.
States 304, what are we looking at there?
This is another photograph of her face with a little bit of a closer view, as well as more exposure of the injuries to the left side of her head.
And can you see in states 304 her neck?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to her neck? And if you did, could you please describe them for us?
Yes. On external exam, she had approximately 1-inch cluster of small abrasions on the left side of her neck.
And what can cause abrasions?
Abrasions are a form of blunt force trauma.
Cameraman misunderstood the assignment.
305, what does that depict?
In this photograph, we have shaved away some of the hair on the left side of the scalp so that we can better see this cluster of lacerations that are on the left side of the scalp. In addition to these lacerations, there are associated areas of contusions, which is that red bruising that is around the lacerations, as well as some abrasions associated with them as well.
What is a laceration?
A laceration is a form of blunt force trauma in that the skin and the tissue underneath the skin are separated.
Did you notice any injuries? You told us the lacerations. I'm going to ask you to describe them first. If you could describe for us the most severe injury that you saw to the left side of her head first, and then I'll ask you to describe the other lacerations.
The largest laceration was over 1 inch in greatest dimension, and you can see it associated with a defect of the underlying skull.
And when you say a defect in the underlying skull, what do you mean?
A fracture.
So did she have a skull fracture?
Yes.
How did you describe that skull fracture, or how would you describe it?
It is a complex displaced fracture of the left calvarium.
What does that mean?
It is a segment of her skull on the left side is displaced from its usual anatomic location.
And displaced in what way?
Displaced into the calvarium.
Okay, so into her skull.
Correct.
There is a part of her skull missing that's been displaced inside her head. Is that a way of saying it?
It's there, yeah. It's just displaced. Yep, into the skull.
Oh, into her skull. All right. And you told us how long it was. Is that what you described, a 1 inch plus?
The largest dimension, I could refer my report for the exact. I know it was over an inch. It is 1 13/16 of an inch, so just under 2.
And is that the wound that we're talking about, the skull fracture, is that the one in the center of 305, which would be the largest wound that we see in that photograph?
Correct.
And how deep was that wound?
If you are measuring from the outer table of the skull, it was 1/4 of an inch.
And with that wound, would you expect that wound to cause Laken Riley to bleed?
Yes.
What, and that wound itself, this skull fracture, is that, or could that be a fatal wound to Laken Riley?
It could be fatal.
Explain to us why and how.
Well, the wound, as you've mentioned, caused a displacement of the skull into the brain. In addition, underneath the wound, there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage. So essentially, there's a coating around the brain. Right under that coating, there was a little bit of hemorrhage associated with it as well. And like was mentioned, there was bleeding under the scalp associated with this injury and associated with that laceration.
And why could that be fatal to a person?
It essentially is causing trauma to the brain.
Did you observe any other lacerations to the left side of her head?
Yes.
How many did you observe?
There were 8 in total.
And if you could go through with us, do we see them in State's Exhibit 305, the others?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe them as you describe, how would you describe the other 8?
They ranged in size from 1/4 of an inch to the largest wound that was over an inch. Some of them were curvilinear or linear, whereas others had a more irregular shape to them.
What type of, you said the lacerations are blunt force trauma?
Correct.
Is a rock a blunt surface?
It can be, yes.
And are the injuries that you see in States 305 consistent with a rock?
They could be consistent with a rock.
On the left side of her head, we're still on States 305. Could you tell us what, if any, injuries did you observe to her ear on the left side?
She also had a contusion or a bruise to the helix of her ear, as well as an associated abrasion in that area.
And the helix of the ear, could you just tell us for the record, what part of the ear is that?
It's, my apologies, it's the upper earlobe.
Okay, kind of where my hand is right now?
Yes.
All right, on the left upper top of the earlobe. All right. And what type of injury did you say that was?
A contusion with an associated abrasion.
And is a contusion also a way of saying a bruise?
Yes.
All right. And it states 306, if you could flip the photo for us. What are we looking at there in states 306?
This is just another view a little bit further away, showing all the injuries to the left side of her head and neck.
So a complete photo of the 8 lacerations that you discussed?
Yes.
States 307. Tell us what we're looking at there.
307 is a closer up view of those injuries to the left scalp.
And 308.
.308 is part of our internal examination. We will reflect the scalp from the head, and this view shows you the hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp, as well as a better view of the fracture of the skull.
Of the left side?
Correct.
Did Laken Riley have injuries to the right side of her head?
She did have injuries on the right side as well.
Could you describe those for us, please?
There was some discoloration over the right temporal region, as well as her temporalis muscle, which is the muscle that's kind of on the side of your head under your temple, had a laceration to it. It was hemorrhagic, so it was bleeding, and there was also hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp in that region.
What type of injuries were those injuries?
Also blunt force trauma.
What is petechia?
So petechia are very small punctate uniform hemorrhages that can be seen either in the eyes, on the facial skin, in the mouth, in instances of asphyxia.
Did you see petechia at Laken Riley's autopsy?
I did.
Where did you see it? And I have states 309 if that would help you as well, if we want to go to that photo.
There were petechia within both of her eyes, as well as coarser, larger hemorrhages associated with these petechia in her eyes. There were petechia of the skin surrounding her eyes, her periorbital region, as well as a small amount of petechia in the gingival mucosa, which is essentially the gum.
So are those things documented in your photographs that extend all the way to states 315?
Yes.
And is that the petechia you observed on Laken Riley's body?
Yes.
So what causes those types of injuries?
Petechia are a result of increased pressure within the vasculature that causes small vessels to burst and create those tiny pinpoint hemorrhages, and that can be seen in asphyxia.
And do you know how long does it take approximately for someone to be deprived of oxygen before petechia can form?
I could not say with certainty the time.
And the manner in which she obtained the petechia, you've already pretty much told us about. It's asphyxia of some sort, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And it could be manual, it could be compression, like someone sitting on her, is that right?
It's possible either manual strangulation or some sort of compression of the neck or chest.
And it had to be done long enough for her to be deprived of oxygen to her brain. Is that right?
Yes.
And what other injuries did you see to her body?
In addition, there were also abrasions of her torso, her abdomen, as well as abrasions on her left hand and left leg.
Let's talk about her torso. States Exhibit 316. Do you recognize that photo? And do you see those? Do you see her torso?
Yes.
How would you describe the injuries that we see on the left side of her torso?
These injuries are clusters of linear abrasions that are both parallel to each other as well as intersecting with one another.
And there's a lower one, I want to talk to you about the lowest one that we see in 316, right above the measuring tape that has your unique case number on it. Do you see that injury?
Yes.
How would you describe that injury?
That is also a linear abrasion.
And this might sound like a really dumb question, but by linear, do you mean a line?
Yes.
And could these abrasions be consistent with something like a belt buckle or some kind of metal object?
It's possible.
Would these also be considered blunt force injuries?
Yes.
Would you consider these a brush abrasion? And when I say these, I'm talking about these linear injuries on her torso.
I can't entirely exclude them having a brush component, but they don't appear to be the stereotypical brush abrasions that we can see.
Why not?
The stereotypical brush abrasions will have, and usually will have areas of like a coalescence. So you'll have those linear striation abrasions as well as a larger patch area as well. And I don't see the same features in this.
Are these linear injuries consistent with something like a belt or a key or some object like that?
They could be consistent with an object.
States 317, what are we looking at there?
This is a photograph of her left hand depicting a small.
Is that the red mark that we see above the measuring stick or tape that has your unique case number on it?
Yes.
Right. States 318, what are we looking at there?
Also the left hand, this is showing a linear abrasion on the left pinky.
And these abrasions, are they also a form of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the evidence that you collected at your autopsy.
Were Laken Riley's fingernails clipped at autopsy?
Yes, they were.
Now we're getting to the DNA that's
Can I
coming
put
under the
some gloves in
fingernails.
front of you if you need them, Dr. DeMarco? Sure you will, but just in case. So States 319, I'm going to hand you States 319, and we're not going to open it, but we're going to open some other stuff, so you should, if you want to. States 319, do you recognize it? Do you recognize your unique case number? Is your name on it?
Yes, it has my name as well as the unique case number, the county, and the name of Laken Riley.
And are those the fingernail clippings that you took at autopsy of Laken Riley?
Yes, these are the ones taken at autopsy.
The state would move to admit 319.
No objection.
319 submitted.
Did you perform a sexual assault kit on Laken Riley?
Yes.
Tell me what you did. What is that, and how did you do it in this case?
The sexual assault kit consists of collecting evidence samples. So we took swabs of the vagina as well as the anus. And then we also collected scalp hair.
And at your autopsy and in your examination of Laken Riley, did you observe any signs of a completed sexual assault?
I did not observe anything that would make me believe there was a sexual assault. She had no anogenital trauma. In addition, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the sexual assault kit also includes a swab of the oral cavity.
So State's Exhibit 324, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the envelope containing the sexual assault kit.
And again, do you see your unique case number, your name, and Laken Riley's name on that?
Yes.
State would move to admit States 324.
No objection.
324 is admitted.
Did you, at autopsy, or was there at autopsy a sample of Laken Riley's DNA obtained during that procedure, during that process?
Yes, we obtained 2 blood stain cards.
Did you also, at autopsy, have samples of Laken Riley's hair collected?
Yes.
And what's that process like?
Some of the scalp hair will be removed from the scalp, and when it's removed, you make sure that there's, the root comes along with it. So a collection of scalp hair from different areas of the scalp is collected.
Was her clothing also collected?
Yes.
And the vegetation that you observed in her hair when she arrived at your facility, was that also collected?
Yes.
And when I come up near you, what did you like? First, States 323, do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a sample of the vegetative debris, so leaves and twigs taken from her hair.
And again, do you see your unique case number and your name and Laken Riley's name?
Yes.
State would move to admit States 323.
No objection.
323 is admitted.
Did Laken Riley have a hair tie with her hair or some hair in her hair?
Yes.
And was that collected as well?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 326, can you tell us what that is?
This is a evidence bag containing the black hair tie.
And the state would move to admit States 326.
No objection.
326 is admitted.
And I want to move to her clothing. Let's start first with her shoes. States 322. Do you recognize 322?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an evidence bag containing her athletic shoes.
State would move States 322. Move to admit States 322.
No objection.
322 is admitted.
States 320. What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her pants.
State would move to admit States 320.
No objection.
320 is admitted.
States 321. What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her underwear.
State would move to admit States 321.
No objection.
321 is admitted.
States 325.
This is an evidence bag containing her socks.
State would move to admit States 325.
No objection.
325 is admitted.
States 327.
This is an evidence bag containing a piece of black fabric that appeared to be a bra strap.
And the state would move to admit States 327.
No objection.
327 is admitted.
Is the prosecutor opening them? It's interesting.
Dr. DeMarco, did you form an opinion as to the cause of death of Laken Riley?
I did.
What is that opinion?
Her cause of death is the combined effects of blunt force head trauma and asphyxia.
What is her manner of death?
Homicide.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was,
I will pass
that was the important part.
I just want to put my photos away.
Homicide by both blunt force trauma and asphyxia. So combined strangulation and the blows to the head.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is hemorrhaging considered a subset of a cause of death, or can it be its own cause of death? Blood loss. Is blood loss considered a subset of other causes of death, or can it be its own cause of death?
So, blood loss or exsanguination is not usually a word that we'll use for a cause of death. It's more so a mechanism of death. The cause would be the blunt force trauma that caused the hemorrhaging, if that makes sense.
And that was my next question. So in this case, the blunt force trauma, it's not just the trauma, it would be possibly also the bleeding that came from that.
I think they're pretty intrinsically linked, but yes.
When I look at your report, I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. Do you have a 6-page report in front of you?
Yes.
And the top says official report, and then it has the GBI sigil on it?
Yes.
When I look at your report, it has a section called case individuals. Did you fill that out?
I did not.
That is automatically populated with this case number?
Yeah, it's just, excuse me, it is automatically populated by our LIMS system, which is Laboratory Information Management System.
Do you know who decides how to categorize these 4 individuals?
I do not.
And just for the record, is it true that it lists the victim as Laken Riley?
Correct.
The subject as Jose Antonio Ibarra?
Correct.
Elimination, Argenis Ibarra?
Yes.
Elimination, Diego Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Did you measure Laken Riley's fingernails before they were clipped?
I did not measure them, but I examined them.
How would you describe the state of her fingernails before they were clipped?
They were intact. They were not broken.
Is it true that there was blood on the inside of the fingernails?
I would have to refer to the photograph to see, but I know that there was soiling of the fingers, specifically blood. I would have to look at the photographs.
In other words, you can remember that there were blood on the fingers, you just can't remember if they were underneath the fingernails?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
No, you're good. The scratches on her torso, you'd agree with me that they're in a variety of lengths?
Yes.
There's also a little bit of variety of the width of these scratches.
A small amount, yes.
And you were discussing with the state the possibility that they were brush abrasions. Can you explain what you mean by brush abrasions?
So when we say brush abrasions, we're just giving a characterization to their appearance. So they have an appearance where there was some sort of movement across the surface.
So for example, someone could get brush abrasions by dragging somebody across the surface.
That's possible.
And you can't eliminate the possibility that some of these scratches are brush abrasions.
I can't entirely exclude it, but I don't favor that they are.
Do you have an opinion as to whether these scratches could have been caused post-mortem?
I do not think that they were post-mortem.
And why not?
These scratches showed something that we call a vital reaction. So when you see red discoloration in the area of the injury, that is an indication of bleeding. And you will not see bleeding into the tissues in a post-mortem injury.
Does that differ depending on how close in time to the death that happens?
No.
No.
So
they're trying to pin this on the first
deceased,
responders.
and then the next second there's a cut. Wouldn't that also have bleeding associated with it, because of the blood left in the body?
So the bleeding that goes into the tissues is a effect of the heart pumping. So the heart needs to be pumping to have the pressure to push that blood into the tissues at the injury site.
And so you're saying you didn't notice, I'm not trying to put words around, just trying to repeat, you didn't notice signs of blood being pumped through those wounds, or you did notice signs of blood being pumped through those wounds on the scratches?
Yes.
Okay.
That means they happened when she was alive.
Just one moment.
That was a great answer by the witness. Terrible questions by the defense. They were trying to pin those scratches on her body on the first responders, saying that when they were rolling her over, moving her, trying to...
Do you have an opinion as to what caused the scratches on her torso?
Some sort of blunt force trauma.
Is it possible they were caused by fingernails?
It's possible.
Yeah, the defense line of questioning crashed and burned. It was terrible for them. The answer is exactly what they didn't want. They said in court.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Briefly, when asked about again the marks to her torso, you said, "I don't favor that they are called brush abrasions." Could you explain that to us, and what do you really mean about "I don't favor that"?
They don't have the stereotypical appearance of what I would call a brush abrasion.
And that's why when you say you don't favor, they are. What do you mean by the word favor?
I mean, based on my experience and the brush abrasions that I've seen, these have a slightly different appearance, but I cannot entirely exclude them being from a brush injury.
And you answered the defense counsel's question. It's possible it's fingernails. It's also possible that it's an object. It's possible that it's anything that could have caused blunt force trauma to her in this manner.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beth?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right. Can she be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the defense?
If we're following the order of the evidence, we now follow the fingernail clippings through to
Call your
DNA
next witness.
analysis.
The state calls Annie Kissler-Rowell.
Annie Rowell.
May I have 1 moment to notify the people that came on?
They're bringing the family members back in that wanted to be excluded. There, you see a lot of vacancies on the front row. They're going to go out and let people know that they can come back in. We are still on state's witness. We have had one defense witness out of order. The state is expected to rest this afternoon. That's not the jury you see in the bottom right-hand corner. Those are media personnel, reporters who are sitting in the jury box because there's no jury in a bench trial. It's just the judge who decides.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today, no matter the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat, state and spell your complete name.
My name is Ann Kissler-Rao, ANNEKISLER-RAO.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab, and I'm employed as the technical leader of the Trace Evidence Section.
What is the Trace Evidence Section?
Trace Evidence Section analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, glass, paints, plastics, and fractured materials.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been employed with the GBI Crime Lab for over 18 years. I've been the technical leader for over a year now.
Over what?
1 year now.
Okay. And as the technical leader, do you have certain additional responsibilities?
Yes. In addition to examining pieces of evidence, I'm also responsible for training other individuals in our section and coordinating the proficiency testing in our section and overseeing the analytical manuals.
Are you a microanalyst?
Yes, so part of my job is to perform duties as a microanalyst.
What is a microanalyst?
A microanalyst is someone who analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence like the ones I mentioned, like hairs and fibers.
Would you describe to the court, please, your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. With the GBI Crime Lab, I have completed extensive training programs in hairs, fibers, glass, plastics, paints, and fractured materials. I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in hair and fiber analysis.
In your career at the GBI, how many hair and fiber analyses have you conducted?
I think it's somewhere over 800 hair analysis and definitely over 150 fiber analysis.
Have you been qualified before as an expert in a courtroom in the field of microanalysis and hair comparisons?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified about 67 times within trace evidence, and I think hair was at least 35 of those.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move to tender Ms. Kissler-Rao as an expert in the fields of microanalysis and hair comparison.
Any objection? No, sir.
This crime occurred on
Testify in those.
February 22nd of this year.
I'd like to turn your attention to your case number 2024-1005-107. Do you recognize that case number? Is that a case that you worked on at the GBI?
Yes, I do recognize that case number.
She's
and
going to talk
who
about
is
the
victim
hair on his
associated
jacket,
with that
I
case
think.
number?
The victim is Laken Riley.
I'd like to ask you a few things about some of the tests that you did in this case. First of all, were you asked to examine some hairs that were removed from a jacket, which is your item 3 at the crime lab?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked to do, and what did you observe about the hairs, and how did you do it?
I was asked to compare question hairs that were removed from the jacket to the known head hair of Laken Riley. So in order to do this, I took the previously collected tape lifts of the jacket. I then removed question hairs from those tape lifts and mounted them on microscope slides. I did this using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope. I then I classified the hairs using the stereo microscope and also a higher powered microscope as to if they're animal or human, what body area they came from, possible ancestry characteristics. I evaluated the root ends of those hairs, and I determined if they were suitable for a microscopical comparison. So typically we will compare head hairs and pubic hairs because they have more distinctive features. I then took the known head hair standard of Laken Riley and mounted that on separate microscope slides. So at this point, I compared the question hairs to the known head hair standard. And when I say known head hair standard, we like to have at least 25 hairs to encompass the entire range of features present on that person's head.
How many head hairs did you have from Laken Riley from the jacket item 3? I'm sorry, how many head hairs did you have that you determined were consistent with Laken Riley? Let's start with that.
So from the jacket, there were 29 hairs recovered from the jacket that I found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
Were you able to make a determination of those 29 hairs? Did any of them have roots?
Yes, they did.
And how many of the 29 did?
So to explain, when we're looking at hair roots, there are basically 3 growth phases. We have anagen hair roots, which are the actively growing growth phase. Those would be the hairs that you need some sort of force to remove from your head. Catagen is the transitional phase. And then telogen is the resting phase, where those would be your naturally shed hairs. So when I looked at the roots, and you can tell the difference by the morphology of the root. So when I looked at the roots, 21 of those hair roots were in the anagen phase, the actively growing phase. The remainder were either broken, and I think there were 2 that were in the resting phase, the telogen phase.
And were you able to form any type of conclusion about those 21 hairs and how they may have been removed from her head?
So because they were in the anagen phase, some sort of force was needed to remove those hairs.
So some sort of what?
Force.
Force, okay. And when you explained to us your conclusion that you reached, and I may have misstated it, so I want to make sure you stated it correctly. What was the conclusion that you reached on the 29 hairs from the jacket?
So the 29 hairs either originated from Laken Riley or someone with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
And how were you able to determine that?
So in order to perform my comparison, basically the basic structure of a hair that you're looking at is the main body of the hair is called the cortex. That's where you find the pigment granules that give the hair its color. Running down the center of a hair is a tube-like structure called the medulla, which may or may not be present. And then running along the outside of the hair is a thin layer of scales called the cuticle. So in order for me to determine whether or not the question hairs are consistent with the known, I examine them using the stereo microscope, the low-powered microscope, and then I take them to a comparison microscope. So a comparison microscope is basically 2 microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge. where I can put the question hairs on one side and the known hairs on the other side and see them at the same time under the same field of view. So when I look at the hairs, I'm examining features like the color of the hair, the pigment granules, the size of the pigment granules, the distribution of these pigment granules, the density of them. I'm looking at the medulla. Is it continuous? Is it broken up? Is it not even there? Is it translucent? Is it opaque? I'm looking at features like the scales and any other microscopic features that might be present. And I will compare those in the question hair to that in the known hair standard as I go from root to tip throughout the hair to determine whether or not the question hair falls within the range of the known.
And you did that for all of your hair comparisons in this case, that process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And is that process that you just described a generally accepted or widely accepted method of comparing hairs in your scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And has it been, this method been published in relevant scientific journals?
Yes, it has.
And is it reproducible and reliable?
It is.
When doing your comparisons that you just explained to us, and I'm going to move on to other objects, but in doing it, my question is globally for all the hair comparisons that you did in this case, did you follow the GBI's protocols and procedures in conducting the tests?
Yes, I did.
And does the GBI have specific protocols and procedures in how you do your microscopic hair analysis and comparison?
Yes, we do.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And do you in fact train people on those?
I do.
And did you follow those in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to move on to rocks. Were you asked to look at hairs that were removed from two items? And I'm going to use your GBI numbers again. So for your case number 2024-100510, I want to refer your attention to two item numbers, and I'm talking your GBI item numbers, which would be items 2 and 3. Are items 2 and 3 rocks?
Actually, I think those were our items 22 and 23.
Yeah, sorry. 2 and 3 was the crime scene. Your item numbers 22 and 23, are those rocks from the crime scene?
Yes, they are.
And did you look at those hairs removed from those rocks from the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your results on that? Well, first of all, did you use the same process that you just described to us?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
I found off of one of the rocks there were 2 hairs, and off the other rock there were 27 hairs, all found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct microscopic characteristics.
And finally, I want to ask you about a pair of underwear. Were you asked to examine Laken Riley's underwear that was removed at autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And what is your GBI item number for that item of evidence?
Our GBI item number is item 44B.
I am going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 321. Open the bag. I want to, yeah, go ahead. Yes. Do you recognize State's 321?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your unique GBI number associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the item number for her underwear?
Yes.
Your GBI item number?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials too?
Yes.
Right. And did you examine that underwear, 321?
I did, yes.
And can you tell the court what you did to it?
So for the underwear, I was asked to determine if the damage was a cut or a tear. So I used the stereo microscope, which is the low-powered microscope, to look at the damage and evaluate the features of the damage to determine that.
Did you see, and I'm going to ask you to show it now, did you see damage to her underwear when you examined it?
Yes.
And how did you examine it?
Yes, so I looked visually and then also using that stereo microscope to examine it.
And the damage that you see, can you show the court the damage that you see?
The damage is right here.
In the middle of the underwear. And you were asked to determine what about this damage?
I was asked to determine if it was cut or torn.
How did you go about determining whether it was cut or torn?
I looked at features of the damage. So some of the features that we might observe in something that is torn would be a curling under of the fabric. You might see the yarn ends might be frayed of differing lengths, lying in a different plane, whereas something that is cut would more likely be straight yarn ends that are less frayed. And then also you might see stretching. Also with a knit fabric like this one, sometimes you can see rows of loops that make up the knit fabric remain still intact with a torn fabric because they're being torn at the point of weakest structure. Whereas with a cut fabric, you might often see that those loops are cut straight through.
Did you perform your examination by using a microscope?
I did.
What were your conclusions?
I determined that this damage is consistent with having been torn.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this one more key piece of evidence.
You may cross-examine.
It's just a nail in the coffin here. It's a rock-solid case. Good work by the prosecutors and investigators.
Questions about the hair comparison that you testified about. Well, first of all, I heard you say that that the methods you use are published in scientific journals.
So the methods that we use are recognized throughout the scientific community as acceptable methods. And there is a standard published that describes the methods.
But that wasn't what Ms. Ross asked you, if their methods were published in scientific journals, and you said...
Scientific journals have been published that have used the same methods.
Could you point me to one?
Sure. There's one journal by Houck and Boudoyle that was discussing the discrimination of microscopical hair comparisons versus the results of mitochondrial hair comparisons.
What year was that?
I don't actually, I don't recall the exact year. It was Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Are you aware of any scientific publications outside of forensic sciences, like an academic science journal that has published a peer-reviewed article on hair comparison?
So most of the hair comparison articles are within forensic science journals that I am aware of.
And those are the scientists like yourself who testify in court.
Some of them might testify in court.
But I mean, that's what forensic science is. It's the use of the application of science to legal investigation in the courtroom.
Yes, and there are people who work at universities who also work within the forensic science team.
Okay. I read about one FBI study from 2002. Are you familiar with that one?
Could you explain?
Well, it's the one where they found that in 80 cases that there was an 11% error rate based on the comparison that the microscopic hair examiners had compared against when the mitochondrial DNA was examined.
So that's actually the article that I mentioned. So yes, they did find that about 90% of the hair comparisons were in fact verified by a mitochondrial DNA exam. Of the ones that were not verified, a lot of them were more lightly colored blonde hairs that had less features for comparison.
But it did conclude that 11% of the examiners were wrong in that test.
I would not say wrong. That's just showing the limitations of this particular examination. So they did show that about 90%, they said 11 about 11% were shown to did not actually support the microscopical comparison.
And so, but I'm not sure if I'm using this word right, the control there was the mitochondrial DNA testing.
They were just comparing basically the two examinations together to see what the results were from the mitochondrial DNA exams versus the microscopical.
You would agree that the mitochondrial DNA testing is going to be a lot more accurate than the hair comparison?
I would not say more accurate. So mitochondrial DNA also is not an absolute form of identification, and there is actually the potential for hair exams to distinguish individuals that mitochondrial DNA cannot.
And in a number of the hairs that you examined, the lab would have had the ability to go beyond the mitochondrial DNA testing to the full DNA profile testing.
So yes, there's sometimes potential for nuclear DNA testing.
And you even note that in your report that, hey, if you want to go further and either get other results that could confirm this test or eliminate Laken Riley as a potential donor of the hair, that DNA testing is available.
Yes, that's correct. That's possible.
That's all. Thank you.
What color was Laken Riley's hair?
May I refer to my notes?
I can tell you it wasn't blonde, which is where the 11% error rate.
So I have it described as a medium brown, and then a lot of her hairs, the longer hairs, got lighter towards the tip of the hair.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Gavel? No, sir. Okay. Is you excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. We call your next witness.
The state calls Katrina Ostapovich.
There are a few pieces of evidence that just stand out to me in this trial. The bloody thumbprint of the defendant on the victim's phone, right where the hang-up button would be on the iPhone screen, is one of them. 29 strands of Laken Riley's hair on the defendant's jacket, which we see on video, him throwing into the recycling bin. Pretty damning. The gloves with Laken Riley's blood on them that we see the defendant throw in the bushes.
Do you swear or from
it's
the
pretty tough.
testimony you get today in the
All the
matter
cell
of
phone
state of
data,
Georgia versus Jose Ibarra,
his phone, her phone, and her watch
I
with
do.
all the same
You can please
location at
take
the
a
same time.
seat. State and spell your first and last.
This is open and shut.
My name is Katrina Ostapovich. That is Katrina. Last name Ostapovicz.
And if you could adjust
Just
that
like it
microphone to make sure, and maybe scoot up a little bit, just to make sure that when you're speaking into the mic so everyone can hear you. Good afternoon. Where do you work?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI, crime lab.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am a forensic serologist, so I test evidence that comes in to the forensic biology department for the presence of bodily fluids, semen, saliva, and blood.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 3 years.
Tell us about your duty or your education and your training that qualifies you for your job.
I have a master's in biomedical forensic science from Boston University. I also underwent approximately 6 months of training at the GBI, which included mock casework and written and oral exams.
And what, in general terms, I think you've already told us, but as a serologist, how do you look for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I perform testing. The majority of it is what's called chemical color change tests, or essentially I add different chemicals to small sections of a sample or a stain item. And if there is a color change, it's considered a positive result. If there is no color change, it's considered a negative result.
How many items have you had the opportunity to test in your time at the GBI for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I'm not sure, hundreds at this point.
And in doing your test at the GBI, are you familiar with your policies and procedures?
Yes, I am.
And do you all have policies and procedures about how you are supposed to perform your job?
Yes.
And did you follow those in conducting your test in this case?
Yes, I did.
Have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the field of forensic serology?
Yes, I have.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Ostapovich as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection? No objection, Judge. The witness will be allowed to testify in the area of forensic serology.
Ms. Ostapovich, I want to direct your attention to your unique case number 2024-100-5107. Is that the case that is associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct some testing on items in her case to determine the presence, if there is blood, semen, or saliva present?
Yes, I did.
We're going to go item by item, but not necessarily in the order in which you tested it. So if you need to refer to your notes or your report, please let me know.
Okay.
First of all, though, I want to talk to you about your item number 2 at the GBI. What is your item number 2 at the GBI?
Can I look at my report?
Sure.
Josh, thanks for doing the pinned messages for us today. This last name sounds just like it sounds.
My item number 2
Ostapovich.
at the GBI is a sealed package containing 3 black gloves.
And those 3 black gloves, did you test those 3 black gloves?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to conducting tests on those 3 black gloves, did you photograph them?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 291, 292, and 293, and I ask that you recognize, if you recognize those, to start there.
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize 291 and 293? What are they?
They are photographs that I took of some of the gloves that were in item.
Thank you. And do they fairly and accurately depict the gloves as you observed them, and on what day did you take these photos?
I took these photos on February 23rd, 2024, and yes, they show what I saw when I opened.
So we moved to admit 291 through 293.
Judge, I'll let Ms. Ross just go ahead with the rest of them. I take a look at these. I'm not.
Those are the only photos. But I'll show her the actual item while we're looking at those. But we got to wait for a ruling on the admission of them first.
No, Judge.
291, 292, 293 are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor, and could you put the Elmo up?
Yes.
Starting first with States 291. First of all, where were you when these photographs were taken?
This was at my workbench in the serology lab.
Okay, so you're at the crime lab?
Yes.
Did you observe any damage to these gloves?
Yes, I did.
What damage did you observe, and can you see it in the photograph 291? And if you can, if you could use a pointer, there should be a pointer next to you. Show us with the pointer. Go ahead.
Can I stand?
Yes, you may, so long as you keep your voice up.
Okay.
And if you could, just make sure you keep your voice up so Madam Court Reporter can hear you. But she's turning, I think, so she can hear you. Okay.
Okay. So there was quite a bit of damage on these gloves. The most notable was there a large tear or rub mark, I suppose, right here in between the thumb and the forefinger.
And was there holes in the thumb area of the gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show those to us?
So yeah, you can see it right around here.
And you're circling the thumb area of the
Where
glove on
rough
291 for the
damaged
record.
gloves.
Was there more than one hole in these gloves?
As far as I recall, yes.
States 292. What are we looking at there?
So yes, this here you can see there's a hole here, which is down.
I hate to stop you, but I can tell Madam Court Reporter's having a hard time hearing you, so keep your voice up. Okay, you're good. All right, there's a hole at the bottom. You were pointing to the bottom of 292.
Yes, so there's a hole around like the wrist area in here, and then there's a hole up in the finger area up here as well.
States 293, what are we looking at there?
So this is, again, glove. And then there is a hole up here, on the finger up here, and one up in this finger up here, and then there's some tearing down here as well.
On the thumb area?
Yeah, that thumb area.
Thank you. You can resume your seat. And these were, if we were admitted, we wouldn't have shown them. Thank you. So in front of you, I have a bag. If you could just look inside that bag, do you see your initials on that bag?
I do see my initials, yes.
And inside that bag, what item number is that for you from the GBI?
This bag?
Yes.
The bag is item number 2.
All right, and so in that bag, would that be the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you did to the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
So the gloves in the photographs, I performed a blood examination. This involves essentially 2 chemical color change tests that are run simultaneously. One of them, a positive result, would be a bluish-greenish color change, and the other would be a pinkish color change. Both of those would need to be show a positive color change in order to be considered presumptively positive for blood and then sent on for DNA.
What were your results of those tests?
For each of the gloves, my results were that I got both showed a positive color change, so both were presumptively positive for blood.
And did those go on to DNA?
Yes, they did.
I want to ask you about a jacket, which is your item number 3. Did you conduct testing on item number 3?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to item number 3?
For item number 3, I also performed a chemical color change test, or the same chemical color change test. It was a blood examination on a visible stain on the jacket.
And when you say a visible stain, what did you see?
I saw a reddish-brown stain on the jacket, which is what I tested.
What kind of test did you do on that reddish-brown stain?
It was a blood exam, so it was the same 2 chemical color change tests as I performed on the gloves.
What were your results?
It was both tests showed positive color changes, so it was presumptively positive for blood.
And the blood on the jacket, did you do anything to the jacket once you realized there was blood on the jacket, or not once you realized, but once you tested it and your tests were positive?
Yes, I cut out the stained area and packaged it in its own package for it to be sent on for DNA.
So I'm going to approach with 2 items. The first is what has been marked States Exhibit 147, but is your evidence number 3. So I want you to look at that, see if you recognize your initials on that, and you recognize that item.
Yes, I do.
And is that the jacket that you conducted the test on that you just told us about?
Yes, it is.
And I want to first go with the cutting then. And may I publish, it's already been admitted, may I publish 147, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you show us on 147 where you did your cutting?
Yes, so I took a cutting from right here, which is the shoulder area.
So that would be the left shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes.
Where we see the white?
Yes.
Okay, that's your cutting?
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 176, what's that?
This is the envelope that I placed the cutting into, and that was then sent on for DNA.
And do you see your initials on that 176?
Yes, I do.
And your unique case number?
Yes, I do.
State of New to admit states 176.
Any objection? No objection. 176 is admitted.
So this might sound like a silly question, but when you tested the jacket for blood and your results were positive, does that mean there's blood on this jacket?
It means that there's likely blood on this jacket. My tests are presumptive, so I can't say with absolute certainty that it's blood.
And then it goes from where to from you?
Then it gets sent on for DNA testing.
And what did you observe about the stain that caused you to test it?
So blood has a distinctive reddish-brown staining. So when performing blood exams on large items like pieces of clothing, I look for reddish-brown stained areas, and those are the ones that I test.
And did you see reddish-brown stains on the jacket?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you about a part of a tree. Did you test part of a tree?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to that part of the tree, and what is that item number for the GBI?
The item number for the GBI is item number 24, I believe. And I performed the 2 chemical color change tests that I had mentioned before for both the gloves and the jackets. I performed a blood exam.
What were your results?
Both tests gave positive color change results, so presumptively positive for blood.
And was that sent on to DNA?
Yes, it was.
2 rocks. What are the item numbers? Did you test 2 rocks?
Yes, I did.
What are your item numbers of those 2 rocks for the GBI?
For the GBI, the item numbers are number 22 and 23.
What did you do to those 2 rocks?
I performed a blood exam, so those same 2 chemical color change tests.
And what were your results? And did you do that for both rocks, for the record?
Yes, I did for both rocks.
Okay. What was your results for both of those rocks?
For both rocks, both tests gave positive color change results, so they were presumptively positive for blood.
And where did they go from there?
They were then sent on for DNA.
Finally, I want to ask you about a black Adidas hat. Did you test a black Adidas hat for the presence of blood?
Yes, I did.
What is that item number for you at the GBI?
That would be item number 39.
And I want to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 151. Ask that you, first of all, do you recognize or see on State 151 your unique GBI case number?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the item number that you just told me was the hat?
Yes, I do.
And can you look inside of that item really quickly? It's open already. You don't have to do it quickly, but I just want to look inside.
Yes.
And what do you see inside of State's, what's my number inside? 151.
I see a black Adidas hat.
Okay, and is this the black Adidas hat that you did presumptive blood testing on?
Yes, it is.
State you to admit 151 if I have not done so already.
That's a big bag for a hat. Maybe it's in a hat cage.
All right, thank you. 151. 151. I know, okay. So 151 is in, so I'm going to publish with the court's permission. It's 150, which is... Great. That's already, that was the stipulation. 150 was admitted this morning. 150 was admitted this morning by stipulation, which is the sticker copy.
Every defendant has the right
So that
to a trial.
151, and now that we have all that settled, is in, I'm going to publish 150. All right. Can you tell the court, I'm going to hand you 151 now, it's out of the bag. Where on that item did you test for the presence of blood?
So I tested for the presence of blood on each of these circled marks. So one on the brim here, and then I believe seven, I believe, on the hat itself, and then one on the bottom of the brim.
And what were your results?
So my results were that for this hat, one of these had a positive result, or presumptively positive result, which means that again the two chemical color change tests gave positive color changes.
And which one was it?
I believe it was this one down here, 9 on the bottom of the brim.
On the brim of the hat, on the inside.
On the inside, yes.
Where you circled it. And is that your circling?
Yes, that's my circling.
That's what you do when you're processing items.
Yes, it is.
That would have been blood
And so when that tested positive for blood, what did you do with this?
It was then sent on, or I swabbed it, packaged the swabs, and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Just like you had done for all the other items that had tested positive?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to test a white styrofoam cup and its top and a straw, and you'll have to tell me which of these items, for the presence of amylase?
I guess I did.
Okay, what is amylase, first of all?
Amylase is a component of saliva. It is the component that helps to digest carbohydrates.
Handing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 141. You can look inside of there if you need to. You recognize 141?
Yes, I do.
And what is your GBI crime lab number or item number associated with that?
Item 64.
And what did you do to item 64?
So I tested the straw and I tested the rim of the cup for the presence of amylase or the presence of saliva. That's a different chemical color change exam, but it works much the same way. For this one, positive color change would be a blue color. And I tested, as I said, the rim of the cup and the straw separately.
And did you put your initials on them?
I put my initials on the bag. I did not put my initials on those myself. That's not mine.
So the rim and the rim of the cup, which is in my hand?
Yes.
And then the straw, which is also in my right hand?
Yes.
That's my hand. What were your results of your amylase test for the cup and the straw?
So the cup was a negative result or no color change, and the straw had a positive chemical color change or a color change to blue, which means it's presumptively positive for amylase, saliva, and then was then sent on for DNA.
Did you examine all of the clothing of Laken Riley for the presence of semen or seminal fluid?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
So at first, the first step is taking each article of clothing to the ALS or the alternate light source. This functions much like a black light, where stains that might not be visible to the human eye glow underneath the black light, underneath the ALS. And then for each of those stains that I saw, I then performed another chemical color change test for the presence of a component of seminal fluid. For this one, the positive color change would have been to a pinkish purple color.
What were your results of all of your tests for her clothing?
For all of the clothing, I found stains to test, but each stain was negative or no color change, except for one stain on the underwear, which had a weak positive result.
And so what were you able to do with that, if anything?
So with that weak positive result, what I then did was I moved it forward into the testing. I performed a microscopic exam, or essentially I took a small cutting of it and looked for the presence of sperm cells, and that was negative. So I then performed another test for the presence of seminal fluid. This one functions somewhat like a pregnancy exam, where during the testing, if you get 2 lines, it's positive, and 1 line, it's negative. For this, I got 1 line, so it was negative.
So in the end, does that mean there was no seminal fluid or semen present?
Yes, that's what that means.
On any of her clothing?
On any of the clothing.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, but now the audio is going in and out as that's how it's being sent to us from court. But you should be able to hear my voice through that.
I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ostapovich. Is that?
Yes.
So I just, we've had a couple of the GBI people here, and I just kind of want to go through how the system works. When the GBI receives a piece of evidence, it sends them to people to be kind of presumptively tested. There's different levels of testing that go on. Is that right?
So the presumptive testing would be like a screening procedure, essentially.
A screening procedure, and that's kind of what you're doing in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, there's limited resources. We can't test everything for everything. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your job to kind of figure out what needs to go on to the next person.
Yes, through my testing.
Okay. And so we call them presumptive tests because they're not definitive, but they're worth looking at further.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you looked at the gloves in this case, did you notice whether or not they were whether you could only wear them on one hand or the other? I'm going to say dexterous, but it's ambidextrous is the word that I'm looking for. I'm sure there's a better word for it.
No, I did not. As I said, they were quite torn up. There was a lot of holes in them, and as with a lot of gloves, including the ones I'm wearing right now, they can be put on either hand.
Okay. And so there's no part of your examination that would tell you which hand any of these gloves were being worn on?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned some holes that were, you said the biggest one, it sounded like, was between the thumb and the index finger. Is that right?
As far as I can recall, yes.
Okay. And there were also some holes on one of the thumbs. Is that right?
I believe, there was some tearing on one of the thumbs and then on some of the other fingers as well.
Okay, and some of the other fingers. Did you measure those at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you try to reconstruct where on the thumb those would be? I mean, were there pieces of plastic missing, for instance?
No, I didn't do that. That's not part of the testing that I performed, though.
Okay. And you don't know how the gloves were ripped, obviously?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I noticed that you're wearing gloves now. Is that to prevent DNA transfer, to prevent biological contamination?
At this point, it is, yes, to prevent biological contamination from me to anything or from anything to me.
Okay. And if you had holes in those gloves, obviously you would be worried about biological contamination, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay. On the cap that we looked at, do you know who that was taken off of?
No, I do not.
Do you know how it was collected?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you first look at these things visually. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you circling places that you had visually seen what you thought might be blood?
On the hat?
Yep.
On the hat. So for that, I was circling ones that I visually saw blood, but then I took that one under the ALS as well, because there is a setting that can be used to look for blood, as blood does not fluoresce. So blood looks very dark under ALS.
Okay. And the area that you noted that was positive for blood was area number 9. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, when you say you believe so, how would you know? I mean, it's not in your report as to which one of these circles was presumptive for blood, was it?
No, but the way that blood testing works is that I perform test after test after test for each stain, and I continue on until there are no more stains left or until I find something that is positive. So the final circle there would be the one that was positive, and the one that I had circled that was under the brim there was labeled as number 9, and that was the highest number.
Okay. And then how did you when we saw in the jacket that you cut out a piece of that, was there any more processing in the hat that was done?
Well, the hat, because I took the presumptive positive result that I got was on the brim, which would not be feasible to cut. That I swabbed that and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Okay, all right. You also performed the semen analysis, which is the last thing that you talked with Ms. Ross about. I just want to be clear about something. There were some presumptive tests, and again, we have layering of things to make sure we're right on this. There were some presumptively positive tests, but ultimately, there was no semen or seminal fluid found on any of the clothes that you were sent as part of coming off of Laken Riley.
Yes, so there was one stain that had one positive result, but overall, yes, there was no semen or seminal fluid on any of the clothing. Okay.
Had there been anything that was positive from your end of however many layers you have to go through, you would have sent that on for further testing, correct?
Yes, I would have.
Okay, and that would have been sent to be DNA tested, correct?
Yes, it would have.
Okay, that's all the question I have.
Were you correct?
No, sir.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir. Maybe you approach quickly while she's...
Yes. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, so this witness is done. We have, let's see, what else do we have to still go into? We've got the DNA. We need the blood, the fingertips, the fingernail clippings, right? Is that the last one? Fingernail clippings? This is, yeah, this guy is looking as guilty as sin. Turn this down. The buzz is driving me nuts, but I can only take out so much of the sound. I'm taking out a lot of the other noise. Does he look nervous? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. At one point, I wondered if maybe he didn't understand that there was an option to plead guilty, that it doesn't have to go to trial. But I'm sure with all his translators, they've explained that to him. The gloves just came back for blood, positive with blood. Not sure what we're waiting for here. See if we can check our social media with the reporters in the courtroom, see if they've got an announcement. Rona, welcome to the gallery. Look at that orange courthouse, looks great. Thanks for your continued support. Looks like we might be taking a brief break here. And that's cool. We can do that. Let's see if I can get a... Let's turn this off for a minute and just go here. Oops. Wanted to see if there's anything in there that we wanted to rewatch. See how nervous he looks here. Let's go back one more time. Okay, here's the ending, right when it ends. We'll rewatch to see if he looks nervous. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing that. All right. Live shots in the top left corner. We have had so much evidence that just seems solid, rock solid. There we go. Looks bored to me. What I don't know is if he's had any support in the courtroom, if there's any family or friends that are there on his side. The defense lawyers must be looking at this and know that this is a big L. There's no way. I mean, at this point, I don't see some sort of saved by the prosecution mistake error happening for a lucky chance at a mistrial, which will only delay the inevitable. This seems to be a slam dunk. Everyone's in jail. There's that. You like this split view. I think I need to swap. So I can be, let's see, I need 2 and 3 swapped. There we go. That's better. Then I'm still in the same corner. May have just wanted time outside his cell. I dismissed your milestone. No. What did I do? Just Teresa, let me look. Just 1 second. That's not it. That's Rona, but congratulations, Rona. Let me move it so I can see it. How about that? Stream Gear 4. There it is. Just Teresa, y'all had to deal with me for 7 months, and you will for many, many more. There you go. Congratulations, Teresa. I found you. Katie Bug also gifted a membership in there. Thank you, Katie Bug. Appreciate that. Just Teresa, that's awesome. We'll do that. We'd gladly deal with you for many more months. Katie Bug, there's the gift that went to Kayla Shaddix. Congratulations, Kayla, and thank you, Katie Bug, for that. Coming to a podcast near you this weekend, we had a local guy break into jail. Oh my goodness, Thomas, top of the rundown. That's going to be our opening story, I think. Can't wait to hear. And you've got some drama. You've had a lot of drama this week in your neck of the woods. We might have to do a Texas watch. Thanks for not calling you Rhonda. Okay. Occasionally, I get lucky and call people the right name. Oda Marie, 1 year with this great community. Hi, RA. Welcome. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the year mark. The orange courthouse looks great on you. Woody, member for 18 months. Woody, Yahoo. Yahoo. That's awesome. Thank you, Woody. Congratulations. Can't wait to be Uncle Greeners. Greeners, that day's coming. Are they on an official afternoon break? All we know is that the prosecution said before they call the next witness, may we approach? Judge said yes. We zoomed in to the defendant, and while the mics were turned off, all the legal teams were up talking with the judge. The announcement that was made was not heard. So I think we do have a break, probably a 10-minute break, judging from the time. It is about 2 hours after our lunch break, and we try to take a break every 2 hours. Started about 8:30, took one around 10 o'clock. Took an early lunch at 11:30. Came back at 12:30. So it's been about 2 hours. So it's probably just a 10-minute break. The judge is pretty quick on his breaks. He looks amazed at the evidence law enforcement can bring about. He had no idea that everything and everyone was watching him. Red Pen, did you boys get my suggestion yesterday to make a thumbnail poster on every episode of the Not Relevant podcast? I did not see that one, Red Pen. I know you sent me an AI version of what the podcast thumbnail should look like, and Thomas does not look like Thomas at all, but it looked great other than that. We do have a phone call. Let's see if I can plug in and listen to it.
Call from Fracture 23.
Hey, Fracture 23. This is RA. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you? I'm all right. How are you?
Good. What's on your
I
mind?
just wanted to say super quick, a huge thank you to you in chat for including my grandson in the happy birthday song this morning. I raised my 3 grandkids by myself, and nobody is coming to his birthday today. So it meant the whole world that everyone was saying happy birthday and that you were singing happy birthday and you said his name. He was so excited because we sang happy birthday.
Give us his name one more time.
Thank you.
Give us
it's Malachi.
Malachi. Happy birthday, Malachi. We've got 2,181 or 2,181 people in chat, and I think now would be a great time to spam happy birthday, Malachi. In chat. That would be a great time to show him that a lot of people hope he has just a wonderful, wonderful birthday.
Yeah, I'll have to play it back to him when he gets home from school. But I just wanted to say, like, even the school was like, no, can't do anything for his birthday, even though they just did his classmate's birthday on Friday.
What?
They wouldn't do anything for his birthday. So I don't know what. I think something happened with the other kid's birthday that they just were like, no, we're not doing it. But it was just really unfair to him that, like, and we have no family coming, no nothing. It's just me and the 5 kids. So, but it meant the world. He was so excited. He was jumping up and down. He had tears streaming down his face. Oh, I already said happy birthday. He was so excited. It just made his whole day. And I thank you so much. And I thank chat. You guys are amazing.
That's awesome. Thank you, Fractured, and happy birthday to Malachi one more time. Appreciate that.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
I tell you, it makes my day to sing happy birthday to people. And that's how I start my day. And I love it that when people get to share it with their kids and things, and they get to hear that as well. Bite Me says, please check your Canva. I will check that when I got a minute here. I talk about Bruno says, happy birthday, Malachi. I hope you had the best day ever, buddy. Just a few hugs is all you need. Ivan says, Malachi needs some Bitcoin. That's awesome. Ivan, you're the one that could make that happen. Let's see. Lots of happy birthday, Malachi. It's a whole screen full of just from all the way from Canada, all over the place. Happy birthday. Happy super groovy birthday from Groovy Jill. Good stuff. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sharing. Their chat is just full. Chat is full of happy birthdays. That is awesome. Happy birthday, Malachi. That is awesome. Sorry the school was being a bit of a... I'm sorry that happened, Malachi. Sometimes adults can do stupid things and make decisions that are just dumb, and it sounds like that might be one. And they might think they have a good reason for it, but I think they're wrong. Your birthday's worth celebrating. All right. Yes, I saw that, Amber. I'm not sure if I should say awesome or what, or I'm not sure what my response should be because I don't know the context. with all the people involved. I did see the pups born last night in Mod Chat, even though none of the 9 have names. I've not shared pictures, but I think we had pictures. I've seen a lot of puppy pictures in the last couple days. I'm not sure what was in the water however long ago when the pups got pregnant, or the mama doggies got pregnant, but lots of puppies being born right now. Sorry, I really mangled that one. Snarky Old Lady, happy birthday, Malachi. Thank you. Snarky Old Lady, congratulations on 3 months. That's awesome. Any guesses on how long the judge will deliberate? We're going to do a poll as soon as the closing's complete to see how long he deliberates, because I don't think it's going to be long. I'm not even sure if he's going to get up and leave the bench. I mean, is there a requirement for him to go back into deliberation mode, or can he just sit there and be like, yeah, okay, I'm ready. Let me just formalize this, check the box. He doesn't have to read. I guess he's going to review the verdict form. I don't know how that's going to go, but no jury instructions at the end. It's going to be fast. Name one of the pups Malachi, says Karen. Pretty neat. Straight to sentencing. Might be shorter than Boone's jury deliberations. The judge has already written out what he's going to say. Maybe play the happy birthday song again, just for Malachi. Would you all sing if we just sang to Malachi? Is that a yes? That was a yes. Zimmy said yes for everybody. So if you didn't want to sing, Zimmy already said yes. All right, here we go. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing just to Malachi today. His school refused to celebrate his birthday because they're lame. We will. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Malachi. Happy birthday to you. And with that, we have to go back to court. So, Malachi, have a happy birthday. Thank you, my friend.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You look good. Just enough time for one verse.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. State and spell your first and last name.
Ashley Hinkle, Ashley, Hinkle.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Division of Forensic Sciences, in the Forensic Biology section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long have you been working there?
Approximately 18 years.
What is your title and your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crime lab scientist. My duties and responsibilities include analyzing evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. If those are present, I attempt to obtain a DNA profile and compare that profile to reference sample profiles that are collected directly from an individual. I'm also trained in a software program to analyze complex mixtures called True Allele.
Yes.
What is your education and your training that qualifies you for your job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center. I have continuing education and proficiency testing on a yearly basis. I also have a approximately 1 year training initially in the True Allele software.
And that is initially, when were you first trained on the True Allele software?
2017.
How long was that training and what did it consist of?
It was approximately a year. It consisted of, we had a presentation from Dr. Perlin, who is the creator of the TrueLil software. We read literature on TrueLil and videos that were available. We had mock samples of known mixtures with known contributors, and we performed the testing from start to finish on those mock samples.
And so just to explain a little bit about that process, would that be like you taking my DNA and your DNA, mixing it together so you know it's mine and you know it's yours, and you know at what levels we both contributed? You would then test it in TrueLil and see if it was accurate?
Yes, it's employee profiles mostly, and we can't practice on casework samples, so we have to use these type of samples for training.
So for training, y'all practice on yourselves, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that for the TrueLil software in this case as well, and you receive ongoing training?
Yes.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for DNA in your career at the GBI?
In the thousands.
How many times have you testified as an expert in a court of law in the field of forensic serology, forensic DNA, and TrueLil?
Approximately 300 times.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Hinkle as an expert in the fields of forensic biology, forensic DNA, and TrueLil.
Objection. I just renew all the motions that were involved in this, Judge.
They hate TrueLil.
An expert in this case. I will allow the witness to testify in the other area of forensic biology, DNA profile comparison, TrueLil software process.
I want to direct your attention to your case number 2024-1005107. Is that the case number associated with Laken Riley for the GBI?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct DNA testing in this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to go item by item to talk about which items you tested, what type of DNA testing you did, your methodologies that you used, and your results. But if you could first globally tell us what types of DNA testing are involved in this particular case with this case number?
The DNA testing consists of what we call traditional DNA testing, where we look at 21 locations along the DNA strand that we use to compare between individuals. Everyone should have a unique profile except for identical siblings. The next type of testing was YSTRs, where we look at 27 locations along the Y chromosome. This allows us to tell if a male individual is present or not present in a DNA mixture where there is too much female DNA that it overshadows the male profile. Also, TrueLil testing was used.
And in all the types of DNA testing, traditional, YSTR, and TrueLil, did you follow the GBI's policies and procedures as regards to each of those different types of DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And of the methods that you used for traditional DNA, YSTR DNA, and TrueLil DNA, are all of those methods and the methodology that you use generally or widely accepted in your scientific community?
Yes.
Have they been published, the methodology, in relevant scientific journals?
Yes.
Has it been tested, and are those methodologies reliable and reproducible?
Yes, they are.
And were your results in this case, all of your results, peer-reviewed by another scientist?
Yes, they were.
And is that part of the GBI protocols and procedures?
Yes, it is.
And was it followed in this case?
Yes, it was.
I want to start with you let's just go item by item. We're going to start with the first item, if you don't mind. How about a jacket, item 3 from the crime lab? Did you test, and I've got item 3 here, so one more. Did you test a blue jacket and a cutting from the blue jacket for DNA?
Yes, I tested a cutting from a blue jacket as well as contact swabbings from the blue jacket.
What is contact swabbing?
Contact swabbings are an attempt to attain a profile from someone generally wearing an item of clothing. It doesn't work too well for just touching an item of clothing, but it's someone who has physical contact with their skin and clothing as compared to just testing for bodily fluids.
And I want to ask you that question. So you will do contact swabbing for someone if you believe that they wore the item of clothing you just told us. Why doesn't contact swabbing work well for people just touching an item of clothing?
There is a minimum amount of DNA that needs to be present for the testing to be reliable and reproducible. So just touching generally doesn't leave enough skin cells behind to obtain a profile.
I'm going to hand you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 147, and there's also a cutting from State's 147. Do you recognize these two items? And the cutting, for the record, is 176, and I'll give you some gloves if you need them.
No.
Do you recognize those two items?
I recognize 176, yes, and I recognize that it comes from the jacket, although I did not handle the jacket myself.
Because that was done by Katrina before you?
Yes.
Okay, there you go, if you need those. And so can you tell us for the jacket, the cuttings from the jacket, which is 150 again? It's right in front of you.
176.
176. What did you do to 176? What type of DNA testing did you do on the jacket, and what were your results? And if we could start first with the traditional DNA with the cutting.
Traditional DNA testing was where we look at the 21 locations along the DNA strand. Do you want me to go through the process or just?
Sure, go ahead just for one. I don't want you to go through the process for every single item, but for the first one, go ahead.
The first step is to extract the DNA from the material. This is used by taking a small cutting, placing it in a tube with chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material. A robot is used in this step as well. The next step is to quantitate the amount of DNA to see if there is human DNA present. We then make copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations we use to compare between individuals. These locations are different in size, and it's these differences in sizes that help distinguish individuals. These fragments of DNA are separated on an instrument called a genetic analyzer, and it is the software from this that we use. No, it is the data from the genetic analyzer that we use with the software program to type a profile.
When you conducted testing from the cutting of the jacket, that would have been traditional DNA?
Yes.
What were your results?
There was a partial major profile obtained from the cutting from the jacket, and that matched the profile of Laken Riley. There was also a partial minor profile obtained from the cutting from the blue jacket, and that matched the profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra. There are two people contributing to this DNA profile.
Now, since this is a mixture of two people, why didn't this go to true allele? Why were you able to do traditional DNA testing on this jacket cutting?
We are able to use other methods to separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, which is necessary in order for us to say whether a reference sample matches or not. Sometimes we can't separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, so that is when we use the software program.
Okay. So do you have a threshold at the GBI in which you send items to true allele versus dealing with them in traditional DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And so the cutting from the jacket, did it fall below the threshold where you had to send it to true allele, or was it above the threshold so you could keep traditional DNA?
It was above that threshold, so yes.
Right. And so did you assign a frequency for the partial profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra for the jacket?
Yes, the partial minor profile was 1 in 9 billion individuals.
And this mixture of Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra on the jacket cuttings, just the two of them?
Yes.
And prior to, I guess I should ask you this, did you obtain or did you have at the laboratory known DNA samples of Laken Riley?
Yes.
Known DNA sample of Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Known DNA sample of Diego Ibarra?
Yes.
And known DNA sample of Ayden Ibarra?
Yes.
The jacket, does that complete the traditional DNA results on the jacket cutting?
There was a probability for the match to Laken Riley.
If you could give us that too.
1 in 10 quintillion individuals.
10 quintillion is
What
a lot.
about the contact swabs on the jacket? What were your results for that? Were you able to do traditional DNA or did you have to go to true allele?
Those were a complex mixture that had to go to true allele.
And what were your results? And tell us for your first true allele results, we're not going to repeat it for every item. How did you move on to the next step for the contact swabs for the blue jacket into true allele? What was that process? What did you do?
The true allele process consists of using the electronic files that are generated by the genetic analyzer, as well as controls that we use in the testing. They are uploaded into a software program. I determine the number of contributors I believe is in a mixture, and then the software performs calculations to assign probabilities for genetic combinations at each of these 21 locations along the DNA strand for each contributor. And at the end, those possible genotypes are compared to a reference sample, and a likelihood ratio is given in the form of a match statistic.
What in general is a likelihood ratio?
Likelihood ratio is a ratio of probabilities. The probabilities of seeing the mixture with one person's reference sample over the population database.
The true allele results from the contact swabbings from the jacket, what were they?
The contact swabbings from the jacket contained a mixture of at least 3 individuals. A match was identified between the major evidence genotype from the contact swabbings from the blue jacket and Jose Antonio Ibarra. A match between the contact swabbings from the jacket and Jose Ibarra is approximately 100 trillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
How many zeros are in 100 trillion?
Billion is 9, trillion is 12, and then it's 100, so it's 14.
What was the results for the other person in the mixture?
Match was identified between a major second major evidence genotype and Laken Riley. That match is approximately 8 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And you said there were at least, you said how many people in the mixture?
At least 3.
Were you able to make a conclusion regarding other individuals that might be present in the jacket? And I guess specifically, did you compare the known DNA of Ayden Ibarra to see if he was present in that mixture?
Yes, I did, because our comparisons are for unrelated individuals. I went ahead and did the comparison to the 2 brothers.
Okay, and what were your results first for Ayden Ibarra? Was he present in that mixture?
No, he was not present in the major contributors. The match is approximately 60 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And so does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Diego Ibarra? Did you look to see if he was in that mixture?
For Diego Ibarra and the profile from the contact swabbings from the blue jackets, he was approximately 10 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. For this match likelihood ratio, there is a 5.36% chance of a false exclusion, and that is based on our validation data.
Was Diego excluded?
Yes, he was.
Were your true allele results for the jacket concordant or consistent with your traditional DNA results for the jacket?
They were different samples, but yes.
The same two people?
Correct.
I had a very awkwardly worded question. Thank you. It was the same two people, both traditional and true allele?
Yes.
All right. Moving on then to gloves, black gloves. Can you tell me, did you have the opportunity to test some black gloves and do DNA testing on those, and what item number would that be for you for the GBI?
I tested swabbings as well as contact swabbings from 3 black gloves. The black gloves are item 2A, 2B, and 2C. The swabbings and contact swabbings were items 6 through item 11.
What were your results?
Each one?
Yes, please. Sorry. You can start with 2A.
2A. The contact swabbings from the black glove contains the DNA profile of at least 2 individuals. The partial major profile matched Laken Riley. The frequency of the partial major profile from the contact swabbings from the black glove to item 7 is approximately 1 in 10 octillion individuals in the population. And due to limited data, I could not make any conclusions about the minor contributor, so that was the data was sent to true allele testing.
Okay. And what were the true allele results?
For the, 2A, item 7, at least 2 individuals. Again, it matched Laken Riley. This time it was 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, we still cannot make any conclusions about the minor contributor. When a contributor is less than 4% of the overall mixture, we don't make any conclusions based on our validation.
So you're not able to tell who else is there?
Correct.
That's what
next item, which would be glove 2B. Same question. Same.
You don't know who it was. Could be anybody.
The next one to be item 8.
Phil, thanks for gifting a membership.
On this one, there was a DNA profile of 1 individual. That profile matched Laken Riley, and the probability was 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
So on one of the gloves, which was 2B, it's just Laken Riley.
Correct.
2C.
2C. Or 2B, item 9.
Yes. The third glove.
Thought we were still on 2B.
I thought we finished 2B. It was just Laken Riley?
2B, item 9 was at least 1 individual, and it matched Laken Riley with the same, with 1 in 500 octillion individuals, but there was 1 additional genetic allele marker. But based on our policy, we couldn't make any conclusions about this 1 marker.
So would that be inconclusive as well?
For the minor contributor, yes.
Okay. All right. And 2C?
2C, item 11, is at least 2 individuals. The major contributor to this profile from the contact swabbings 2C from the gloves is Laken Riley, approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And were you able to make any kind of conclusions about anyone else in that one?
Again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributors, so it also went to true allele testing.
And what were your true allele results?
2C item 11, again, a mixture of two individuals, at least two individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And again, due to limited data, being below 5% mixture ratio, mixture contribution, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Did you test the fingernails of Laken Riley?
Yes.
Here we go.
The fingernails were tested for traditional DNA as well as for YSTRs and true allele.
What were Laken Riley's fingernails, her item number in your unique item number for her case number?
Fingernail clippings from the right hand, item 18A, the swabbings was item 42. The swabbings from the left hand fingernails were item 18B. The swabbings were item 43.
Okay. So did you look at both the left hand and the right hand?
Yes.
And tell us your results, starting first with her right hand.
The right hand, the extraction, amplification, quantitation amplification steps I previously detailed were used. And
there's also too much stuff on the desk. She needs her space.
Amplification was performed with the traditional DNA method, and because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions. We went ahead and did YSTR testing as well on the fingernail clippings.
And did you do YSTR testing before you did true allele?
They were kind of at the same time.
Okay. So why don't we talk about YSTR first on the right hand, and then we'll move to the true allele for the right hand, and then we'll repeat the questions for the left.
For the right hand, there was the YSTR haplotype was one individual, one male individual, Jose Antonio Ibarra, and Argenis Ibarra cannot be excluded from the YSTR haplotype from the right-hand swabbings and the left-hand swabbings. Under the assumption no mutation has occurred, paternal male relatives also cannot be excluded.
So paternal brothers share the same YSTR haplotype, is that the word?
They should, unless there's a mutation.
Okay. And did you actually see a mutation in this particular case?
Yes, there was a mutation in Diego Ibarra's YSTR profile.
And so because of that genetic mutation, were you able to exclude Diego Ibarra as the donor of the male profile underneath Laken Riley's right hand?
Yes.
Okay. And so you could not, under YSTR, exclude Argenis Ibarra, you told us?
Correct.
And you could not exclude Jose Antonio Ibarra?
Correct.
Did the right fingernails go on to true allele?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results in true allele?
Can I state the probability for the YSTR?
You may, yes, sorry.
She likes the numbers.
The YSTR profile has been observed in 29,207 total individuals in the national database, so it is expected to occur approximately in 1 in 9,750 male individuals.
All right. And moving on to true allele.
For Turalil, the wet dry swabbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand, 18A, item 42, was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. We assumed that the profile of Laken Riley was present when we did the calculations, so there will be no match statistic for her because it's an intimate sample. The DNA match between the wet dry swabbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand and the match was to Jose Antonio Ibarra. The match is 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Was Diego Ibarra able to be excluded by Turalil?
Diego Ibarra's match was approximately 1 billion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population with a 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
Does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Argenis Ibarra?
Argenis Ibarra, his match was 200 trillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Again, the 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
And does that mean Argenis Ibarra was excluded?
Yes.
So then moving on to the left hand, and does that complete the results from the right hand?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So that would be, in the right hand, the Turalil results would be Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
Left hand.
Left hand contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. Again, the reference of Laken Riley was assumed in the calculations.
And why are you permitted to do that?
Because the DNA is collected directly from her person, so we would expect her DNA to be there so we can make an assumption.
All right, thank you.
Due to limited data, we cannot make any conclusions about the foreign evidence genotype from the swabbings from the left hand. So again, that fell under the 4%.
Okay. Moving on then, did that complete both, that completed the fingernails right and left?
Yes.
The straw, did you test a straw for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what was that number from your crime lab?
The straw was 64B, and the swabbings from the straw was item 66.
What did you do to the straw, and what were your results, or the swabbings from the straw?
The serologist prepared swabbings from the swab that was used to test for her screening, and I used those same swabbings to obtain a DNA profile.
And a serologist in this case, would that be Katrina Osipovich?
Yes.
And so what did you do once you, what were your results of the straw then?
The results from the straw was, for the traditional DNA testing, I could not make any conclusions because it was about a 50-50 mixture, so I could not separate the profile into individual contributors.
So then what did you do?
I did Turalil.
And what were your results?
The swabbings of the straw contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. There was a match from the swabbings of the straw to Jose Ibarra. This is approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Who else drank from that
and
straw?
What about the other DNA profiles there in the straw?
The other profiles, Argenis Ibarra was excluded from the data from the swabbings, 10 sextillion times less probable than a coincidental match. Diego Ibarra was also excluded, 10 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match.
And what about Laken Riley?
She was also excluded, 200 nonillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person.
200 nonillion?
And were you able to, other than identifying a match to the likelihood ratio of Jose Ibarra to approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match, to an unrelated person in the population. Were you able to draw any other conclusions about the profile in this draw?
The profile from the straw, I know it shouldn't be a paternally related male individual because the kit we use contains one YSTR location that we test for, and this one YSTR location was different from both of the brothers and from Jose Ibarra.
Okay.
And it was a male individual.
All right. Did you test swabbings from an Adidas black hat?
Yes.
What is the hat number for your laboratory, and what did you do?
For the hat, the number is item 39 is the black ball cap, and the swabbings are item item 56.
What did you do to the swabbings, and what were your results?
The traditional DNA testing was performed first, and because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions.
And then what happened to the data from that testing?
The Trilil was used on the swabbings from the hat. The black ball cap contained the profile of at least 3 individuals. There was a match from the data from the swabbings from the black ball cap and Laken Riley. This match is approximately 1 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no conclusive determination could be made as to the minor contributor.
So you can't tell us who the minor contributors are on the hat?
Correct.
But Laken Riley was present on the hat for Trulio?
Yes.
Did you test rocks, which would be your items 22 and 23 at the crime lab?
Yes, rocks were tested.
Tell us about that.
There was swabbing from a rock, item 22, and contact swabbings from a rock, item 22, swabbings 58 and 59. And there was also another rock, item 23. Those swabbings were item 60, and those contained the DNA profile of 1 individual, and that profile matched the reference of Laken Riley. The frequency of the profile is approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals in the population.
Okay. What about the other rock? So only Laken Riley on that item?
Yes. Only Laken Riley in the rock swabs.
Both rocks?
Both rocks.
All right. What about a tree? Did you test swabbings from a tree?
Yes.
And what were your results?
The cutting from the tree was the profile of 1 individual. That again matched the profile of Laken Riley. Approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And only Laken Riley on the tree?
Correct.
I want to go back to the fingernails. And you told us on the right fingernails, it was, for Trulio results, Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra, correct?
Yes.
And are there any other persons present there?
No.
How is it that a person, or under what situations would you expect to find a person's DNA underneath another person's fingernails?
Usually it either has to have some sort of scratching or contact with the inside of the nail. These were shorter nails, so it wasn't like they were long nails that you can just accidentally have contact with. Also, you could have someone's DNA from bodily fluids present in the fingernails.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, all that swab data.
Briefly, the YSTR results for Laken Riley's fingernails for the right hand that, I may be saying this wrong, so you have to correct me, could exclude Diego Ibarra but could not exclude Argenis Ibarra, correct?
For the right and left, yes.
For both. When you go on to True Allele, and True Allele is able to exclude Argenis Ibarra, and True Allele also excluded Diego Ibarra, does that mean he's excluded?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe that is all I have, Your Honor. I will pass the witness.
Nicole, thank you very much. Hope you're feeling better.
Thank you, Judge.
Gifted 5 memberships. Missed Adam, but got good people anyways. Let's see what defense capitalizes on here, where they try to focus on the unknowns of the DNA. Give him a second to get his thoughts organized.
Good afternoon. Is it Ms. Single?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to go through the list again that I heard you talking about. There's the cup and the straw. Is that right?
There was a straw in the cup.
Okay.
The straw from the cup.
Okay.
Okay, the straw goes in the cup. The cup's not with the straw.
Straw from the straw, yes.
Okay. And that had to be tested with True Allele, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the result was a mixture of 2 people. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm just going to use for right now, just for simplicity's sake, we have a match with Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
And who was the other person who was in that profile?
It's an unknown male individual. I would need a reference sample to match to that person.
Okay. So we have 2 people's DNA on that straw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. One Jose Ibarra, one we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. And that's a straw that you're using it's like a regular straw you use to drink?
Yes, it's like a styrofoam takeout cup straw.
Okay. And so 2 people would have had to use that straw in order to get the DNA on there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know who that other person is?
Correct.
We have the fingernail swabbings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On the left and right hand?
Yes.
Okay. And on those, what we start with, when we have what we would assume would be the reason you use a YSTR is that only male individuals have a Y chromosome. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to see if you have male DNA in a sample that would otherwise be normally full of female DNA, you're looking for that Y chromosome.
I can tell that there is male DNA from the quantitation step because we also test for male DNA.
Okay.
So I would have to know that the male DNA was present before I amplified with the YSTR kit to find that profile.
Okay. You do that in this situation.
Correct.
Okay. And you get a result that excludes Diego, according to your results.
Correct.
But does not exclude Jose and Argenis.
Correct.
And so there's a match that you make with the YSTR, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It also doesn't, or I guess the chances of that happening in just the random population is 1 out of every 10,000 people, males, is going to have that same profile. Is that right?
Approximately 1 in 9,750, yes.
So 1 in 9, it's a match, but 1 in 9,750 is going to, we'd likely see that repeated. Is that right?
Yes, and also paternally related male individuals unless there is a mutation.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a note of that number. It's 1 in 9,750.
Yes.
Okay. The fingernail swabbings of the left hand, there's no, you can't make a match in that. Is that right?
There was also male DNA, so it's the same results as the right hand fingernails.
Okay, is that just the YSTR?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get a true allele result out of the left fingernail?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
The true allele was for the right hand swabbings. There was at least 2 individuals. Laken Riley was assumed. The match to Jose Ibarra is approximately 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
That was right hand. He meant left hand, but that testimony is really bad for the
And
facts.
for the left?
The left, there was, assuming the presence of Laken Riley, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Okay. So on the left fingernail, we don't have any match. Is that right?
Just the assumption that Laken Riley is there, and she is.
Okay. Not to Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
All right.
Well, except for YSTRs, but yeah, using true allele.
Okay. So we have the Adidas hat.
Yes.
Okay. And there is no match to Jose Ibarra on that hat. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know whose head that hat came off of?
That would be information from someone else, not.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not aware of.
I got you. And we have the rocks and the tree cutting.
Yes.
Okay. None of those has any of Jose Ibarra's DNA on them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We would expect for that, if someone were not wearing gloves, or if there were holes in the gloves, would we expect contact DNA in a case?
Not necessarily.
What would it depend on?
Well, it would depend on how much contact they have, the condition of the palms of their hands.
Okay. And when you say the conditions of their palms and their hands, what do you mean?
If your hands have calluses or dry skin, you're more likely to leave contact DNA than soft palms of your hands.
Okay. If it related to a particular object, would it be how hard you grip that?
That could be a part, yes.
Okay. And moving on to the gloves in this case, did you testify about testing number 6 on your?
6 was a complex mixture where no conclusions could be made with traditional DNA testing, so true allele was used.
Okay, and what were the results of number 6?
For number 6, it was the mixture of 2 individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, and 100 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor evidence genotype.
Okay, so that was number 6.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Lisa.
Was any of the hair in this case that was recovered by, whether from the autopsy or turned over to the FBI, or the GBI, I'm sorry, was any of the hair tested using any traditional DNA methods or true allele?
No.
Okay. And were the fingernail swabbings taken from Jose Ibarra ever tested?
No.
Okay. Who made that decision?
That would have been management.
Management?
The management in the section, the forensic biology section.
And who's that?
Jim Sebastian.
Okay. And do you have any notes or any reason for that included in your file?
No.
Would those notes have been made when that decision was made?
That would be up to James Sebastian. So he may or may not have made a note as to what we were testing and why.
Okay. Would Preston Norris have been a part of that decision?
There's Aaron Norris. I don't know a Preston.
Okay. And what about a GBI agent Bayer, or Bayer, B-E-Y-E-R? Would he have been a part of that
I
decision?
don't know if he was. This wasn't something I was privy to, so I can't say.
Okay. As it relates to items 14D and 14F received by the FBI, or the GBI, I'm sorry. What are those?
They're not on my reports.
Do you have a copy of all of the evidence that was sent to the GBI?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did you ever receive, for testing, a sealed package containing swabs from anyone's abdomen?
They may have been received by GBI, but I did not test those.
Okay. Did you receive any or test any sealed package containing swabs from an abdomen that would have been dry swabbings?
Again, they may have been received by GBI, but I did not perform that test.
Okay. And did you perform any testing on wet swabs from anyone's neck?
No.
Okay. And were you a part of any decision-making process to not test those items?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know who was?
That would have been, again, the management at GBI, and they may have spoken to other people involved in the investigation.
Okay. But you weren't. You're the head person who's in charge of all of the DNA testing in this case. Is that right?
For this case, but not for GBI.
But for this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever consulted by a Preston Norris or GBI agent Bayer as to whether or not to test those items that we just went over?
No, I was not.
Okay. Aside from the jacket in this case, all of the other matches that you make to Jose Ibarra come through true allele, is that right? And the known sample and the jacket.
Yes.
Okay. And aside from the YSTR.
YSTRs, yes.
Okay. So the YSTR on the fingernail and the jacket are the only non-true allele matches to Mr. Ibarra. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. On direct, you testified. Actually, let me ask you this. Without true allele, then, you personally could, and setting aside the jacket and the YSTR, without true allele, you could not have made any definitive matches in this case. Is that right?
I could possibly match major contributors, but not minor contributors.
Okay. And when you have the minor contributors and the mixed samples, you have to use true allele, right?
If they're minor, below what we call a threshold, where there could be what's called a stochastic threshold, we have to use true allele.
Okay. And so, aside from the YSTR and the fingernails and the jacket, all of the minor contributors fell below that threshold in this case, correct?
All the minor contributors did, yes.
Okay. So you had to use true allele for all of those tests?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you a little bit. You testified on direct about the reliability and reproducibility of True Allele. And I'd like to just talk to you a little bit about that. What are some of the problems and limitations of True Allele?
Problems and limitations with very low level DNA. We can't make matches. That's based on our validation. If there is dropout at one of these 21 locations, it could skew the match statistic. That's another issue. We can only look at mixtures between 2 and 5 individuals. Once you get up to 5 individuals, the software could do what's called stalling, where it has a hard time determining the genotypes. That's something we've encountered. Okay, so and I'm new to all this, but I think that you went through all the ones that I could find, through my research, and so one of those problems is a determining how many contributors there are. Is that right? Correct. Okay, and any time that you have one of these mixtures of DNA, the scientist has to determine how many contributors there are. Is that right? Correct. Okay. And what they do is they say, okay, we think that there's 2 or 3 contributors to this particular mixture of DNA. Yes. Okay. And you plug in that number of contributors, and then the software runs does its thing. Yes. Okay. Depending on how many contributors you decide are in there, will change the probabilities, these likelihood ratios that you testified to before, right? It will change them, yes. If I say there's 3 individuals, but there's actually 2, then it will spread out those probabilities to those other individuals, and there would be a match, but it would have a lower match likelihood ratio. Okay. And when you're making those determinations to how many contributors there are, the opinion on how many contributors there are could differ. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Amongst people who know this stuff, right? Yes. Okay. Other experts, for instance? Yes. Okay. The other thing you talked about is the quantity of the DNA. Are there limits that you can't go below when you're using True Allele? There's limits we can't go below when we use the traditional testing, so that then applies to True Allele as well. Okay, so are they the same limits between traditional DNA testing and True Allele? That's the limiting factor. Okay. Who is that limit set by? Is that GBI? That's GBI, but it's based on our validation of the global Fowler kit that we used for traditional DNA testing. Okay. What about cybergenetics validation studies? Do they have a limit that you're not allowed to go under? I'm not aware of that. It would depend on what the amplification was, but not to my knowledge. Okay. What about separating out these mixtures if it involves close family relations? Are there any limitations on True Allele about that? If it's a lower match, you can have false inclusions with family members, but with the match statistics in this case, and also that we had the reference samples of the 2 brothers, I don't believe that had any effect on the results. Okay. And if we kind of control for these limitations, then True Allele should be perfect, right? It's just running numbers. Is that fair to say? Well, it is a random process. So then we do run the software 3 requests each, and we must have 2 requests that are concordant. However, we do have instances where those requests, we don't have concordant requests, and we cannot make any conclusions about a mixture.
I don't understand. What does that mean? It can't, like, it's not concordant. I don't understand what that means. Could you explain that?
Concordant mixture weights and concordant genotypes for contributors we must have before we can make any conclusions. They must be concordant in 2 different Trullo requests. So if this doesn't occur, we can't make any conclusions.
Okay. And so, if done correctly then, and I think this is maybe what I'm understanding, that Trullo is you testified that it's reproducible. Is that what you were just saying?
Yes.
Okay. But every time you run it, it's going to have a different number, right? I mean, it's going to give you a different likelihood. These huge numbers that you're using, every time you run it, the numbers are going to be different, right?
They're going to be slightly different because how Trullo determines those contributors is a random process.
It's a random process.
Yes, but the results, again, they must be within a certain number of log units or a certain amount difference. There can't be a big difference between the 2 requests for us to report the results.
If you run one of these tests, one run of this test, 5 minutes later you run a different run of this test, are the numbers going to be the same?
Not exactly.
Okay. So it's not exactly reproducible.
It's reproducible within an approximation.
Okay. Who sets that approximation?
That's based on the validation. We do have an amount that they have to be close to each other in order to report the results.
Okay. So in this case, we're comparing the DNA against kind of 3 different individuals. We've got Jose, we've got Argenis, and we've got Diego. Is that right?
Yes, and Laken Riley.
Okay. And I just want to take the right fingernail clipping and just kind of go through the process here. You've got the YSTR, and that's the first test that you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that eliminates Diego as a possibility.
Correct.
Right? And when we go to a true allele test, it says that this is 200 trillion times less probable that it's Argenis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that it's only 1 billion times less probable that it's Diego's.
Correct.
Okay. So that means that according to true allele, it is more likely to be Argenis than it is to be Diego, correct?
Argenis is exclusion number is more than Diego, yes.
So it is. So according to true allele, this is more likely to be Argenis than it is to be Diego.
Yes, but that's more based on the difference in their DNA profiles.
Okay. But you already excluded them with the YSDR, is that right?
I excluded Diego.
Okay. So you excluded Diego, but he's more likely to be the contributor according to true allele.
That's using his DNA reference sample, and it would be based on his profile. It would also be based on how much genetic information he shares with his brother. And so that's not an unexpected result.
Okay. Why do the odds change depending on which test it is in terms of, why is it always 200 trillion times more likely or less likely to be Argenis and 1 billion times less likely to be Diego?
Because you're comparing to their specific reference samples for them, and it's based on how often their genetic information is found in the random population. So if someone has genetic information that is found more in the population or less in the population, it can change that number. So it's all based on that they have different DNA profiles, so there's different match results.
Okay. The genetic profiles in this case didn't change, though, did they?
The mixture was the same, yes.
Okay. And their reference samples didn't change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you say it's run against the population. Within the course of this case, the population didn't change that much, did it?
No, it's actually the same database.
Okay, so why is it that the odds change? If for the fingernail, for instance, it's 200 trillion times less probable to be Argenis, and it is 1 billion times less probable to be Diego, why isn't it always 200 trillion and 1 billion?
Because it's based on the comparison of their reference sample to the data.
But we just said that the reference samples haven't changed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the population numbers haven't changed, correct?
Correct.
So why does the likelihood change?
Between the two individuals?
Yes, it's always the same DNA that you're plugging into the machine, right?
Yes, but I mean, if they were identical siblings, they would have identical likelihood ratios. But since they're not identical siblings, the numbers are different.
Sure, but the siblings in this case didn't change between two tests, did they?
They're different tests with different type of results. The YSTR test has different type of results and a different statistical database than the true allele.
Did you say the YSTR has different database than the true allele?
Yes. The global Fowler and the true allele have the same database, and the YSTR is a different database.
Right. The 200 trillion and the 1 billion are the straw numbers, correct?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, the fingernail numbers, correct?
10 billion for Jose Ibarra, 200 trillion, and 1 billion for the brothers.
Okay. And then when we get to the straw, it changes to 10 sextillion and 10 quadrillion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same reference DNA that you're putting into true allele, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same population database that you're using for true allele, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the same 3 brothers that you're testing against, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why has the number changed from 200 trillion to 10 sextillion as it relates to Argenis if it's the same DNA that's being put in?
Because it's a different mixture than the fingernails.
Okay. True allele doesn't identify DNA, does it?
It gives a match statistic in the form of a likelihood ratio.
But it doesn't identify DNA, does it?
I don't understand your...
Okay. Well, let's take an example. And it relates to number 6, the testing on number 6. Okay? The report that you gave and you testified to on direct said that due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made as minor evidence genotype. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But at least on one attempt at running true allele on this, you did get a result, didn't you? On number 6.
I may have had one of the 3 requests fall above 6%, 4%, but they had to be concordant for me to make a match.
Sure, but you got a result, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that match score was above a 4, right?
I would have to look at the notes.
Right.
I think Ian Runkle needs to explain this to the prosecutor.
Because we here in Canada hate you.
Totally different question than what I thought you were asking.
Well, okay. You got a match score above 4.
I got a match when compared to our staff database.
Hold on, who?
We have a staff database that we use of people who are involved in the DNA section and spread out through GBI, investigators, admin. So we compare the true allele results to the staff database.
Okay. So you got my question was, you got a result in this when you were running item number 6, correct?
Yes.
That's a contamination.
Okay. True allele didn't say, we don't know whose DNA this is. I can't give you a result. Is that right? It didn't shut down.
No.
Okay. it gave you a result, and it told you that it had matched who?
It was a random match to a former GBI agent who did not work in the Athens area.
Okay. So
what?
That GBI agent didn't work in the lab, did they?
No.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to think that he was a part of this case, do you?
No.
You don't have any reason to think that he handled any of the evidence in this case, do you?
She, but no.
She, I'm sorry. And what True Allele told you on that test was that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this former agent than it was to be a random match. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another way to say that? 1 in 10,000?
10,000 times more probable, yes.
Okay. Why did the software do that?
That was on the contributor who was less than 4%, which is why we don't report less than 4%.
Was the contributor in this less than 4%? What did True Allele tell you?
Which sample? I'm now confused.
Number 6.
Well, they would have been compared to the major profile, which would have been Laken Riley, and then the minor profile, which would have been less than 4%.
Okay. On the QC report there, it says that it's over 4%, doesn't it? It's over 4?
The match statistic is over 4.
Okay.
That match statistic, which is the 10,000 times more probable.
Okay. And but the software is running against all of the GBI employees or all the lab employees?
All the ones we have in the database, yes.
Okay. So it's not just considering the 3 contributors that you have, right?
Correct.
Okay. How did this, if we know that this person didn't touch the evidence, didn't work for the lab, how long had they not worked for the lab, it says?
It's been a few years. They live in a different part of the state.
Okay. Pretty good. In your mind, this is an incorrect result.
It was, but it was to that less than 4% contributor.
Okay. How did it get to this person who was not there, who we know didn't have anything to do with this case? How did the software actually calculate that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this person than a random chance?
It took that person's reference sample and it took the data obtained from that less than 4% contributor, and it issued a likelihood ratio. Okay. And since we don't report less than 4% contributors based on our validation, and that we can get some false matches, and that's just because that's the reason we don't report less than 4%.
Because you don't think it's reliable, right?
But less than 4%, it's not. That's why we don't report it.
Okay, but that's what the software itself is doing, is reporting that, correct?
You can still look and see if someone matches, even if it's less than 4%.
Okay, and so it was you who considered that an error, not the software.
It was the technical leader who saw that as a false match, so we just went ahead and reported it as inconclusive. No conclusions could be made less than that 4%.
That's all the question I have.
What's the validation?
Validation is when we test software before we use it on casework to make sure it works properly.
And have you at the GBI tested the True Allele program, and have you validated True Allele?
Yes, we have.
How long was that process?
It was several years.
And in the several years that you all validated the True Allele program, did you create a threshold within the GBI that you do not call True Allele results?
Correct.
What is that threshold?
Less than 4%.
Okay. And why don't you call results less than 4% at the GBI?
Because we didn't go down that far in our validation. And once you start getting less than 4%, there may be some of the 21 locations may be missing information, so it will actually use the population database to help fill in the blanks where it's missing information. So it's just not reliable.
And that's why you don't call it?
Correct.
And so in any of the results that we have talked about in this case, specifically the right fingernails of Laken Riley, which is a mixture between only Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley, was that below 4%?
No.
Are those reliable results?
Yes.
And were those results produced through your, are they reliable based upon your validation of true allele?
Correct.
Okay. And true allele does have an error rate, a demonstrated error rate, is that right?
It has a range where we don't report results, yes, for the match statistics.
And so I want to break that down. Does that mean that you all know what the error rate is of true allele, correct?
Yes.
And you don't call matches below that threshold, is that right?
Yes.
So that you compensate for the error rate?
Yes.
And so this 4% that he just asked you about is not a reported result, correct?
It isn't.
And because it's not reliable, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be consistent with what you all do every day at the GBI, and that's why you validate this software, right?
Yes.
So going to back to the fingernails and the statistics versus YSTR and the statistics versus true allele and which brother is more excluded than the other, both brothers, Argenis and Diego, have been excluded as potential donors underneath the fingernails by true allele.
Correct.
Okay. Doesn't matter at what level they're excluded.
Correct.
The determination of the number of contributors in a sample that is ran in true allele, who does that?
I do that.
How do you do that?
I do that based on looking at the data called an electropherogram. If one person should have no more than 2 peaks at each of these 21 locations, or no more than 2 pieces of genetic information. So we look at each of the location, the number of peaks, the imbalance between peak heights in case people share genetic information, and we use that to determine the number of contributors.
And did you determine the number of contributors in this case correctly?
There is an at least caveat that we use, but I believe I did.
And when you run results in true allele, do you run it more than once?
Yes.
And why do you run it more than once?
To make sure we have concordant genotypes and mixture of weights.
And so from what I heard defense counsel asking you, that if you run it more than once and you get different numbers, does that mean it is unreliable?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a random process, so it may assign slightly different probabilities to different possible genotypes. So based on that, it can change slightly the match statistic.
And I heard you use the word concordant. What does concordant mean?
Concordant is generally having the same results as far as possible genotypes at each of the 21 locations.
And when you ran the true allele results in this case, the data in this case, were all of the data that was generated, was all of the data concordant?
It had to be concordant to be reported, so yes.
So if it wasn't concordant, it would not be reported, right?
Correct.
On the rocks and trees that you were asked about would you expect to see somebody else's DNA on the rocks, for example? The rocks in this case had the DNA of only one person on them, is that right?
Correct.
And that only one person on the rocks was Laken Riley?
Correct.
There was no other foreign profile on those rocks, right?
On the parts that were sampled, yes.
Because you swabbed them, correct?
The serologist swabbed them.
Katrina swabbed them. And you were asked about that and those results. Does that mean no one ever touched those rocks?
No.
Okay. Does that mean that Laken Riley hit herself in the head with those rocks?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Just because the DNA of another individual is present doesn't mean they never touched the rocks.
Doesn't mean you always leave DNA behind when you touch something, right?
Yeah, the saying absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, so it's consistent with that.
The sexual assault kit, which I failed to ask you about, did you test the sexual assault kit of Laken Riley's that was done at Autopsy by Dr. DeMarco?
Yes, it was tested.
And what were your results there?
There was a male screening performed to look for the presence of male DNA on the vaginal vault swabs, the anus peri-anus swabs, and the oral cavity swabs of Laken Riley. The testing failed to reveal the presence of human male DNA.
And why not just test everything in every single case?
Because we have limited resources at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I heard lots of questions to you about what was tested, what was not tested. Is it your decision to decide what is tested and what is not tested?
No.
Okay. And you told us that would be a decision made by your manager, Jim Sebastian?
Yes.
In conjunction with other people?
Correct.
Who are not you?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Other people who are not you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. What does a match score above 4 mean?
Match score above 4, based on our validation, that's when we start reporting a match. Below that, you could have false inclusions or exclusions.
Okay, so a match score above 4 means that you have reached the threshold above which the validation studies are good, right?
Yes, for samples that are at least 96% of the mixture.
Okay, and on that sample, number 6, your quality control report says it is a match score above 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't reported because it wasn't reproducible, correct?
It wasn't reported because it was determined to be a false match to data that did not meet the requirements of our validation for us to report as reproducible.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
No, sir.
He should be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Kirby?
No, Judge.
There's a bit of a black eye on Trulio that it came up with a match to someone who was not there, who could not have been there. A known result which was known not to be present.
Any other evidence, Ms. Ross?
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Georgia rests.
State rests. We're done. Now we have an opportunity for the defense to make a motion for a judgment of acquittal.
Is Mr. Ibarra ready for me to ask him questions about his decision to testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ibarra, I'm going to, Ms. Smith, I don't know what's going to work best because I'm going to be asking these questions directly to him. All right. There. Okay. Mr. Ibarra, I'm asking these questions directly to you.
Señor Ibarra, le voy a hacer esta pregunta directamente a usted.
Do you understand that you have a right to testify, and if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so?
Usted tiene el derecho a testificar, si decide no testificar, nadie puede tomar eso en contra suya. ¿Comprende? ¿Comprende? Yes, sir.
Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify?
Nadie puede obligarlo a usted o compelerlo a que usted testifique. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to?
Usted tiene el derecho a no testificar si no desea testificar. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, sir.
Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one that decides whether you will testify or not?
La decisión de testificar o no testificar no es de sus abogados, sino de usted personalmente. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand if you do not testify, then the court will instruct myself that it is not to be held against you? Typically, I would tell a jury that.
Si usted decide no testificar, la corte se diría a sí misma que usted no estaría obligado a hacerlo, no tomaría eso en contra suya. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you choose to testify, you'll be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the district attorney.
Si usted decide testificar, usted sería confrontado y preguntado por sus propios abogados y por la fiscalía como tal, y por la corte. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ibarra, do you want to testify?
Señor Ibarra, ¿desea usted testificar? No, sir.
Anything from counsel regarding that decision, and can you say if you believe he understands his rights to testify or not, Mr. Donovan?
Yes, we believe he understands his rights, and we don't have anything else to add to his response.
I find the defendant decided to not testify with a complete understanding of his rights.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, the keyboard drummer is back. I believe it's the reporter who's doing that.
Ms. Beck, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Recorder.
The defense calls Joseph Clementi to the stand.
Joseph Clementi? Defense wants that microphone off their table so they don't get caught with the hot mic.
Joseph Clementi.
Clementi.
Clementi. There he is.
Couldn't find it there for a minute. Bailiff is calling for the witness. We're now on to the defense case in chief. Their goal here is to introduce doubt in the mind of the judge to show there is room amidst all this evidence to
Mr. Clementi up
quit
here.
because it could have been somebody else. He looks familiar. Super nervous though.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat. I'd like to start by asking you to state and then spell your name for our court reporter.
Joseph Clementi, JOSEPHCLEMENTI.
And Mr. Clementi, what do you do for a living?
I work at a music management company.
And where do you live?
I live in Athens, Georgia.
Were you living in Athens, Georgia in February of this year?
I was.
Mr. Clementi, do you sometimes take exercise by going for runs?
I do.
And did you take a run on the morning of February 22nd?
Yes, I did.
Did you, after finding out about this case, contact police about what you had observed on your run?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you contacted police?
I believe it was the day after February 22nd, so February 23rd.
And you met with UGA police officers?
I didn't meet with them, we just had a call.
Okay. So you had a phone interview with the police officers?
Yes.
And then afterwards you sent them some pictures to kind of clarify what you had said on the phone call?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to just ask for you to briefly recap when you ran and what you saw, please.
Sure. So I started my run at 9:39 a.m. on Thursday, and I ran for, I believe, 36 minutes. And I ran around Lake Herrick, starting at the intramural fields, and I ran for 3.5 miles. And what I noted to the police officers was that I saw an individual that was wearing dark clothing and seemed out of the ordinary.
So let's kind of break that down. You started running at 9:39. How do you know that time?
I tracked my run with a running app called Nike Run Club.
And so when you were reporting to the police when you were running, you were comparing to that Nike Run Club?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you said you saw an individual around Lake Herrick at the intramural fields? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you prepare for the police a sort of a screenshot of the area with a star where you saw this individual?
That's correct.
Okay, I am going to show it to you, and this is going to be marked as defense 6 when I show it to state defense.
When I'm documenting my runs, I just use Google Earth Street View.
Mr. Clementi, do you recognize
because
the
that's the last time I ran.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a map of Lake Herrick, and there's a star placed on where I said I saw the individual, and one of the pictures has an arrow, which is where I was describing that the individual is walking.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Submitted.
Mr. Clementi, the state has entered a large map of the area, so I'm going to turn around and see if you can kind of put where you marked on this little mini map in context of this big map, okay?
Sure.
I used to run cross country. It's been a few years. Been a few years.
So, Mr. Clementi, do you see over here at the top left side of the board where it says Lake Herrick?
Yes.
And can you say where on this map you would have seen the individual?
By the retention pond.
And do you see the retention pond marked on this map?
I do.
And where is it?
It's in the southwest corner.
Judge,
Your
can
Honor,
you make the map a little
briefly come
bigger?
down just to point to where he saw the individual?
Right.
Come on
You
down.
take that corner with you. You see that right here to your left?
The silver corner.
Just grab anything from the desk. Judge stands up for a
So for
better
the
view.
record, you're pointing to the north of the retention pond?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also said you saw it moving. With your pointer, can you just kind of indicate the direction?
Sure. So there's the trail that's going around here, and then it curves, and the individual is going that way.
Did you get that matter reported? Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat, Mr. Clancy. Why did this individual catch your attention?
He was not in typical athletic gear, which at that time that I was running, everyone was pretty much running or hiking that I was passing, and the individual was wearing very dark clothing, and they seemed to be wandering kind of aimlessly.
And you said you started your run at 9:39. What time did you see this individual?
In between 9:46 and 9:48.
And again, how are you so certain about what time you saw this individual?
Using the Nike Run Club app, I can pace. I know my pacing during that time, and so I can see 7 minutes into my run where I was exactly on the map.
Okay. And so you used the map and Nike Run Club to come up with this 2-minute window where you saw the individual.
Yeah, yeah, it shows me where.
And the last question I have for you is, you say dark clothing. Can you give any specifics as to what dark clothing you saw?
I really just remember just black or dark bluish clothing, and that there was either a hood or a hat on this person.
Just one moment, Mr. Clementi.
I'm not sure timeline-wise.
I neglected to ask you, Mr. Clementi. Can you describe the height and the build of the person you saw?
It was the person had a more masculine build, and based on that, I thought it was a man, and they were probably above 5'9".
Did you notice, or could you tell if they were slender or more chubby?
Their weight didn't really stand out to me. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
He was ready to leave.
Hey, good.
Could you identify this person if you saw them again?
No.
Did you see this person's face?
Not really, no.
Do you know what race this individual is?
No, I don't.
Could this be a white male?
Yes.
Could be a black male?
Yeah.
Could be a Hispanic male? Could be an Asian male?
Yeah.
Did you notice if this individual was wearing gloves or anything?
No, I don't really remember or recall.
And what kind of look did you get of this individual? How long did you look at this person?
Sorry?
How long did you look at this person?
I mean, it was really a split second. But they seemed, like I said, they seemed to be kind of aimlessly wandering.
Okay. And you noticed a hooded sweatshirt, you said?
Yes, or a hat. Their head was covered by something.
And khaki-colored pants?
Yeah, I wasn't totally sure what. I remember their dark clothing really stood out to me on the torso above.
Okay. What about the pants?
I don't really recall totally what color they were.
Could they have been khaki-colored pants? And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Ray Boo of the University of Georgia Police Department?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And do you recall using the word khaki with her?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And khaki to describe, first of all, what color is khaki for the record? What is khaki?
Beige.
Beige, okay. Yeah. And what khaki did you see?
What khaki pants?
On this individual.
Like beige coloring on their pants.
Okay. And you were asked about whether there may have been any logos on this individual's clothing. Do you remember that?
I do remember being asked about that.
And do you remember saying that there may have been a white logo on this individual's clothing?
Yes, there may have been.
And do you recall describing this individual as skinny?
I do remember.
And over 5'9" tall?
Yes.
Okay. And to this day, you do not know the race of that person?
No.
And you would not be able to identify that person if you saw them again?
Correct.
That's all I have.
When you said there could have possibly been a white logo, do you recall if that was on the hat or the jacket or where that would have been?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Yes.
Will you be excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach on this witness?
Yes.
This is going to be a witness that does not want to be filmed. We have several of those for the defense. Not sure which one this particular one is, but I'm guessing we're about to get instructed by the judge that we get to look at either the seal or Jose Ibarra during the next testimony. Powerade, new sponsor of the day in the courtroom. Not ours, but I think the timeline that witness reported seeing him is a little late. First of all, she was already deceased at that point. No, it might match up. Khaki doesn't. Khaki pants does not match up. But everything else sort of does. The build was a little wrong. The height was a little wrong. But witness testimony is one of the most unreliable forms of testimony. There's a ton of static on the noise. We've got a I think it's a 60 hertz hum that's coming through from the court feed. And I can turn it off, but then we don't get to hear anything. Because this is my feed. My feed sounds great. Court feed, not so good. Not so good. Still talking about this next witness. I'll turn it down a little bit. How about that?
I hesitate to say this. They want about 10 minutes to talk about something. I know. If you need to stand up, go somewhere, that's fine. 10 minutes, thank you.
I need about 10 minutes as well, Judge. If the judge's taking a break, I'm going to take a break, which means no, we're gonna play some music. We're gonna stay live with it, but I'll leave that live there. But we are going to turn the sound down just a tiny bit, and we'll bring in some music so I can run out. I have to talk to my wife. We've got to go pick up the car from the shop where it just had an oil change because it was overdue. Sorry, all you car maintenance people. We're gonna listen to. Listen to this one. I'll be right back. Okay, my son is going to go with my wife to go pick up the car. So we're all good. We're all good. All right, I wanted to talk about, as we fade out the music just a little bit. It's good music, but man of constant sorrow. It's got that feel. I am a man of constant sorrow. Good movie, by the way. Oh, brother, where art thou? Okay, fade out the music. Turn this down just a tiny bit. I wanted to talk about a couple things from the testimony, specifically with DNA, that really stood out to me here. Okay, so with the DNA results, I'm gonna break it down to all the Schwabs. Did we get a new car? No, this is the car we bought when we landed in North Carolina. For those who don't know the story, like 6 years ago, we moved to North Carolina, having never been here before. I had been here one time on one trip. I chose the house. We flew my family in. None of them had been in North Carolina before. We landed in a terrible rainstorm, got a rental car at the airport, drove to a car dealer, and said, "What cars do you have that fit 8 people?" Because that's how many people were in our family. And they had 2, and one of them was like Cadillac Escalade XL, brand new. And we're like, okay, so that's out of our price range. What's the other one? And the other one was a Nissan Armada. And we said, we'll take the Armada. What color is it? So we offered to buy it, and they said, hey, we'll bring it around. But it turns out the battery was dead. They had the jump start. It was in back. It was a terrible car. Still is. We call it chip because it had a huge paint chip on the hood. And anyway, that's the car we just got the oil change on. I never get to choose houses again. That's right, Kim. You're right. Going back to the DNA stuff really quickly. DNA results. The items that were tested, we have a jacket. The jacket belonged to Jose Ibarra. This is the jacket that was seen by Jose on the video when Jose Ibarra throws it in the dumpster, like stuffs it in the dumpster on video. That jacket has Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra's DNA on it. Next item, black gloves. There are 3 black gloves. The first set has Laken Riley and the unknown identity on it. Second one has Laken Riley's. Third one has Laken Riley's. So Laken Riley's blood all over the black gloves. Where were they found? Well, they were found in the bushes. And we saw on video Jose Ibarra stuffing the gloves in the bushes as he's walking back to his house. Next item, fingernails. These are Laken Riley's fingernails. On her right hand, there's one male, and that's Jose Ibarra. That's found through YSTR. And then TrueAllele shows that's Jose Ibarra, but it excludes Diego. On the left hand, they can't tell who it is, but that's there was not enough to test. It was inconclusive. The straw was in the white cup, the white styrofoam cup that Jose Ibarra was carrying around. Apparently, someone drank out of the cup before him, or after. I don't know which, but there was other DNA on the straw. Everywhere I go and get a disposable to-go cup, straws are wrapped in paper, and I like unwrap it myself. But there was someone else's DNA on that as well. So, yuck. But the other major contributor was Jose Ibarra. The other one was an unknown male. The hat swabbing, the hat was the Adidas hat, the black hat with the white logo that was seen, Jose Ibarra was seen wearing. They tested that one. It has Laken Riley, it had Laken Riley and Jose's DNA on it. But that's the one where we believe there was some blood splatter on the bottom of the hat brim. No, Nicole, the cup was actually left standing on the trail, on the forest. We're sort of like where he left the trail before he attacked Laken. So the hat swabbing was Laken Riley's blood. That's Jose's hat. The rocks obviously have Laken Riley's blood on them, both of them, and the tree has Laken Riley's DNA on them as well. This paints a picture that is just incredibly bad for Jose Ibarra. Her blood should not be on anything that he owns, and his DNA or fingerprints should not be on anything that she owns. And unfortunately, both of those meshed and crossed. In addition to that, we have the cell phones that put both of them in the same place at the same time. We've got 29 of her hairs that were on his chest pocket of his jacket that was found stuffed in the recycling bin that the cop had to jump in and get. You've got the gloves with her blood on them, the cell phone, the victim's watch, Garmin watch. This is not. We have seen many circumstantial cases where we're like, hey, you guys, circumstantial evidence can be just as strong, can be given the same weight as physical evidence. This is a physical evidence case. It has everything. You've got his bloody fingerprint on her phone. There is no reason that should be there. Zero. He was not a first responder. He didn't rush to the scene and try to help. And it's like, oh, and in my efforts to resuscitate this poor woman, I got her blood on me, and then I found her phone and I threw it. No, there's nothing like that. It should not be there. It shouldn't happen. This is open and shut. The judge, I don't think, even has to get up and go to his chambers unless, that he accidentally left the jury form back there, or the verdict form in there. This will be a quick verdict. Oh, let's see. What are they talking about right now? I don't know. I don't know if they're just going to plead guilty right now. Can you imagine a plea change right now, this late in the game? Let's play with that idea just for a minute. Why would he want to plead guilty now? Is it because he doesn't want to have to call a witness up that they're planning on calling? Is it because he's sick and twisted and just enjoyed watching that play out again in court? I don't know. I don't think they're gonna change the plea. We'll see what the issue is about this witness. I don't think he's going to get a lesser sentence after dragging the court through this. They basically proved him guilty. If they stopped right now and defense had nothing to do, no witnesses, he would be guilty. Guess how long the judge will take to deliberate? We're going to do that poll as soon as closing arguments are done. When did they cover the fingerprint on the phone? I missed it. Day one? We saw it on crime scene photographs And then we covered, it wasn't, I don't know if we heard any DNA testing on the phone about whose blood it was, but we did hear the fingerprint match that it was Jose Ibarra's fingerprint. Life without parole is the maximum they're going for in this case. Georgia does have the death penalty. It's my understanding this prosecutor is personally opposed to death penalty and chose not to pursue it in this case. And that goes with her position. That's one of the decisions she gets to make. Might be a hostile witness issue. It's going to be a nanosecond deliberation. I think it was her blood. I believe it was as well. The former prosecutor made that decision. I believe the prosecution does make that choice. Or the district attorney. DA made the decision. The court is on a break because defense said they need 10 minutes to talk about this next witness or talk about something before this next witness. Okay, the DA chose not to pursue the death penalty. Might have lost her re-election as a result of that. How does deliberation work on a bench trial? The judge does all the deliberating. He does it himself. So he probably will go back into his chambers, at least briefly. Oh, here we go. We're coming back.
Your Honor, what I can tell you is that the parties have come to at least a partial agreement that we can move forward, and part of it is an ongoing situation. So with Your Honor's permission, we'd like to call our next witness.
Okay. And I'm understanding that all three of these witnesses are not to be...
Correct. These should not be filmed.
All right. I'm told there's three more witnesses. None of them can be on camera or still shots taken. All three. Thank you.
All right, so we won't see them.
The state calls, the defense calls Stephanie Slayton to the stand.
Stephanie Slayton.
Stephanie Slayton is our first witness, and this is something the judge has allowed people to do and say, we don't want to be on camera. We'll testify, but we don't want to be on camera, and they're obliging here. Other jurisdictions will say, sorry, court's public. Not sure what the ongoing situation is. When they say they worked out and they found a path forward, obviously the state had an objection to something, and they reached a point where they could move forward, wherever that meant. There's still something out there that might be an issue that might be raised that we might get to hear about. If your screen is blurry for any reason, or if the audio is cutting in and out, hopefully you can hear this. Go back out and come back in. It's a YouTube thing, and I don't know why, but it only happens to some people. Everyone who's gone out and come back in, it seems to have fixed it for. Waiting for audio here. There's buzzing. That means we're connected to the court. The audio feed needs a hum eliminator. I have one right here I could take down to the court. It would fix it, but I could also see if I can find the exact frequency it's on now that we're quiet. Let's turn it down a little bit. There's some harmonics in there. There's one of them. So I can take that one out. Let's see. I can see if I can do 5.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Have a seat. Would you please start by stating your name and then spelling it for our court reporter?
My name is Stephanie Slayton. STEPHNASLATON.
And Miss Slayton, where do you live?
I live the Grove of 5 Points now.
123 Sesame Street.
Okay.
She's really nervous.
You may not. Do you happen to remember the street address for your apartment?
We're not going to hear that one. We'll turn it off. Okay.
And what building in that apartment complex did you live in?
D.
Miss Slayton, were you living there in February of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance in February of this year to speak to police officers about the Laken Riley case?
Yes.
What day did you first... I just want you to be a little closer to the mic.
Okay.
What day did you first speak to police about what you had observed?
On February 22nd.
Okay, and that was in the evening or the morning?
I just didn't want that to roll down those stairs.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. So you said first on February 22nd. What time of the day was that?
That was my birthday. And I know that I wanted just to sleep in. I'm guessing around 12 or 11.
11 or 12 in the evening?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's dark outside when this is happening?
And no, it was in the midday.
Okay.
On the 22nd.
At some point, did you have a conversation with a man named Diego Ibarra about the case?
That was on the evening. It was dark then.
Can you just very briefly describe what happened?
So, yes, ma'am. He came and sat next to me at my patio furniture in front of my apartment. And there was like foot traffic with law enforcement circling around the apartment. And he asked me what was happening. And so I told him that there was somebody who had passed away in the back of our apartment. And I knew that he travels that way to go to work, to the bus stop back there. And so I was talking to him, and like, he speaks broken English, I speak broken Spanish, okay? So I told him, if you have seen anything or heard anything out of the normal, you need to say something now, because if you see anything out of the ordinary, then now's the time to say something, because this poor girl has lost her life, and her parents need, some closure. And then that moment, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, what did he do in response to you asking him to share what he knew about the case?
Well, at that moment, 2 police officers walked up to me and him, and they asked me what we were talking about. And I told them exactly what I just relayed to you guys just now. And they was like, okay, so they walked off. And the very moment they walked off, he spoke into his phone. He has a translator app. And he was speaking into it, and then he turned it around. So it translates into English, like words, where I could read it and understand. And verbatim, he said, if you tell them, I will tell them you did it, and then I will kill you too.
I don't have any further questions.
What? Stop.
So, do you speak Spanish?
Very, very, not fluently at all, a little bit.
And did Diego speak to you in English?
His broken English, and I spoke broken Spanish, so I don't think that our messages got under, that's the, you know, I'm just saying, I don't know what his frame of mind was, but I'm sure that the way we speak, that sometimes things get misinterpreted.
And you told us that this one statement that he told you, the one you just ended on.
Yes, ma'am.
Which was, if you what? Say it one more time for me.
He said, if you tell them, then I will tell them that you did it, and then I will kill you too.
And that was over Google Translate?
It was on some kind of translator app. I'm not sure which one.
On his phone?
On his phone.
And you read that from his phone?
Yes, he turned it around. I never touched it, so I could see it.
And he never told you he killed her, correct?
No.
He never told you that he saw her, correct?
No.
He never told you anything about Laken Riley's murder,
no,
is
ma'am.
that correct?
No, ma'am.
He said to you, if you tell them, like who was he referring to?
The police officers that just walked off, I'm guessing.
So if you tell them what? Because he didn't tell you what. He just says, if you tell them, I will tell them that you killed her and I will kill you. That's what he said.
Ma'am, I can't speculate on what his intentions were or what he was talking about. I'm just relaying the message of what he said.
And prior to that, before he says this to you through Translate app,
yes, ma'am,
you're sitting there kicking it with him, I guess, and talking about a murder. And what I heard you say was, Diego asked you what was happening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he didn't know what was happening, right?
No, ma'am.
And that's because your police or your apartment complex was literally being swarmed by an army of police officers, right?
It wasn't like the 23rd, but it was a lot there.
Yeah,
yes,
lots of police officers.
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
And you and he are just outside of your apartments, right?
I sit outside my apartments at nighttime. I sit outside my residence on a daily basis. He lives next door to me.
Mm-hmm. And so you're sitting out there while all these police are around?
Yes.
And this whole conversation begins with him asking you what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And you tell him what?
And I told him that there had somebody had passed away behind our apartments. And I said, now I know like that you go through that path to go to work in the mornings. And I said, if you know anything, or just like if you've heard anything out of the ordinary, please say something.
And that's and these preceding conversations that you had, where Diego asked you what's up, and you tell him what happened. How are y'all doing that communication?
Buffer. Let's give it a second here. If not, we're gonna grab a different audio feed. It's completely frozen. That's a terrible time to freeze. Turned off and back on again, right?
And what did you do for your birthday?
I was just hung out of the house. In fact, there was a lot going on that day, and I was upstairs with all the rest of the neighbors wondering what was going on.
And did you celebrate for your birthday?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you do that?
I drank alcohol.
Okay, who'd you drink with?
Myself.
And any other people?
No.
And you eventually end up talking to the GBI about what you just told us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Next day, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And when you talked to the GBI the next day, were you under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
And in fact, Ms. Slayton, you've had a sexual relationship with Diego Ibarra, is that correct?
I plead the fifth.
You don't have a constitutional right to plead the fifth about a sexual relationship. Okay, you did, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, when the GBI interviewed you on the 23rd day of February 2024, you actually told them at some point you got mad at Diego because you felt that he was having sex with another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember saying that to them?
Yes.
And that you had actually purchased a phone for Diego, right?
Correct.
And that you turned it off because you found out he was having a relationship with another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Not a relationship.
Okay, a what then?
Please excuse me. I've seen a video on the phone. He was in a club and somebody was twerking on him. Okay. So I don't believe that. I purchased the phone for him to find employment, not to make videos like that.
Okay. Well, you actually used a word to the GBI that you found out or you thought he was blanking somebody else,
yes,
correct?
Probably so, yes, ma'am.
And that word blank that I said, and excuse my language for the court, began with an F, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just because we're all adults here and I need to say it, you thought he was fucking somebody else, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And fucking is your word, not my word, right?
Right.
All right. And you told that to the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
How do we get here all of a sudden?
I'm going to approach the witness with what I have marked as State's Exhibit 328. Do you recognize State's 328? Do you recognize your name on that document?
Judge, we're willing to, what I believe has been handed is a certified copy of a court document. We are willing to admit that by stipulation.
Yes, ma'am. I see right here on the back of this page my name.
All right, I'll return that to you then.
Okay.
State's going to move to admit State's 328.
I don't have an objection. I'm just asking this not be published to the news media because Ms. Layton is here under subpoena. Not really defendant in this case.
But that's fine, but she's still a witness?
Yes,
so
yes.
we are entitled
no
to
objection to admitting it.
Okay, 328 submitted.
May I say something, please? I don't mind.
No, you may not.
Yes, sir.
That's
Yes,
a good question.
Yes,
are you on active probation as well?
Non-report, non-supervised probation, yes, ma'am. And I'm sacrificing a lot to tell the truth, so this girl can have justice today. I'm not here for any side. I'm just here to tell the truth, sir.
Look at the judge's face. Like,
He killed Laken Riley, right?
No, he never did.
That's all I got.
Just a few follow-ups, Ms. Layton. You came forward with this information to the police, right?
I came forward to tell the truth about anything that I might know to my knowledge is the truth, to help whoever is responsible pay for taking her life.
And you did multiple interviews with them?
Multiple.
Did you allow them to download your phone voluntarily?
Everything that I had at all, the Ibarros, and I compiled a whole GBI list of everything I wrote. They asked me anything that I could remember at all. It's not if I don't think it's important to write it down, and I did, and I handed it over to them.
And you also let them, kind of download your phone.
Yes.
And is it fair to say you are scared of Diego?
That night, no, I wasn't scared, because if I was scared, I would have got a protective order or called the police. But like she said, I was under the influence. So the next day is when everything hit. And when I realized what was going on, when they were slammed down in front of my apartment, that's when it sunk in and I got scared.
And
whoa.
Are you here under court order to be here, Ms. Layton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, sir.
Okay, can she be excused, Ms. Beck?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Ms. Ross?
No, sir.
You're excused, ma'am, which means you can leave. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Wow. I don't even know what to say about that one. Diego had a side hustle.
Your Honor, the defense is calling Diego Ibarra to stand.
Here's Diego.
Don only has a missed call from Mr. Diego's attorney, so he set me out in the hallway.
Diego has federal charges for making a false green card. I believe he does have representation. He has an attorney. But now, is he going to say it was him?
Okay.
What in the world? They waited till the end and lit off the firework finale. This is crazy. He's been excluded by evidence, says Renee. Yeah, there's no way it can be him. Who are we waiting for? So first we have I mean, this started nice and tame. We had just another guy running on the field who says he saw something. The timelines don't quite match up. The witness, the testimony doesn't quite match up with what we know he wore. And then we have a neighbor who comes in and says, oh, by the way, Diego and I were a thing, and he threatened to kill me if I told anyone about what?
I need to ask the question, what do you plan to do about an interpreter, if anything?
We emailed Your Honor's chambers earlier and spoke with Ms. Smith, and what was decided is that Ms. Smith will translate, and her assistant will stand by Mr. Ibarra in case we need to speak to him, but he will be able to hear the Spanish conversation.
I just wasn't sure.
Yes.
Okay, we cannot see the brother, but I think we're waiting for him to be brought in still. I'm wondering if he's in federal custody. It's a neighbor with benefits for sure. Well, one person was getting a free phone. So until we had the video from the club with they said twerking, that their word, not mine. He won't be on camera. We've already seen him. Yeah, we've seen him. We know what he looks like, but he's not going to be on camera again. And they're allowing any witness in this trial who does not want to be shown on camera to be excluded from the media coverage as far as video goes. We should be able to hear his audio. Okay. I'm flummoxed. This is wild. This case went off the rails just like in a moment. We thought this was open and shut, and I guess it still is. Nothing that I've heard. I mean, we've got a lady. I'm sorry to call a spade, but she apparently drinks heavily and was intoxicated at the time, because when she sobered up, that's when she got scared. I'm not going to believe that testimony over the physical evidence I've seen already. My gasp is flabbered, says MC. A lot of schwabbing going on. Oh my goodness. One more witness after Diego. The third witness, yes, also will not be shown. We're not getting any audio yet. We're waiting for that to come through. Okay, here we go. Oh, it was swinging, not schwabbing. whatever it was. A lot of stuff was happening. Bless you. In cahoots, I was not properly prepared for this afternoon's testimony.
English? No English.
No English.
So, just let me tell the court what's going on. So we have Diego Ibarra is here by our subpoena for the defendant.
You done?
And he is, in our understanding, in federal custody, being held in another county jail.
En otro condado.
And so the state actually had him transported to the Clark County Jail. And then at some point recently they let us know that they were not planning to call him. But we did want to call him. But the problem is he's got pending sentencing in federal court, as I understand it, and he has a lawyer that I'm sure would prefer that he not be called to testify without his lawyer being present. I just got off the phone with his lawyer. I just found this out, that this person was his lawyer. So we thought he had a lawyer in Macon who I had been in touch with him. And that person told us recently that they had a conflict and they were getting him new counsel.
So you haven't talked to his lawyer?
So we hadn't heard until just a few minutes ago that it's Mr. Eberhard had been appointed. And I called him to see if he could be here. He can't be here this afternoon. He's driving back to Athens, but he's about 2 hours away. And so, but Mr. Eberhard related to me that he would most certainly advise Mr. Ibarra to not testify, to exercise his right not to testify, since he has a sentencing pending, which makes sense. But I don't know. Bringing this to the court's attention, because I would like to ask you some questions, but I don't want to. Sure. Obviously.
You just called a witness who's got representation, who's in custody, pending charges.
Well, Judge, we had Mr. Diego transported in case either side wanted to call him. We wanted to make sure he was here so that we could continue through the trial. I have never spoken to Mr. Diego Ibarra or his attorney. As a prosecutor, I feel very uncomfortable having this witness here without his attorney present. His charges are federal charges and they are immigration charges. I understand that. They're not related to this case at all. But it is my understanding, just speaking to Mr. Donnelly, who just spoke to the witness, that the witness wants his lawyer present. I am uncomfortable as a prosecutor because we don't talk to witnesses without their lawyers present. And so I feel really kind of funny about it, if that's what you want my impression about it. So I would suggest that we let him either consult with his lawyer or get his lawyer here so that he can have him here when he testifies. And I'm really hamstrung because I'm not real sure how immigration law works in the federal system and how this might impact his sentencing. And I don't have enough knowledge of that system to know how his testimony here might impact his sentencing, but I'm sure his lawyer does, which is probably why his lawyer wants to be here.
You said Eberhard. Is it Eric Eberhard?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I add one more just piece of information for the court? So we have another federal inmate downstairs also that we had asked the court to help us get transport orders for. The sheriff's office just brought him from an Atlanta immigration facility. He's here, and so what we're trying to elicit are some statements that and I'll just make this proffer to the court that we contend that while in custody recently.
Well, I would wait until, because he is a fact finder and the judge.
Oh my goodness.
To see if we can get his lawyer here.
Okay, let me say
he needs his lawyer.
If Eric Eberhard has told you that he does not want his client to testify, period, I don't know that I'm not willing to continue the matter with that, because if he takes the position he's not going to allow him to testify,
I agree.
I mean, then I don't think there's no reason to delay it for that purpose.
I totally agree. And in that event, then we would ask to call our next witness and allow him to testify to statements that he heard from Mr. Diego Ibarra, since Diego Ibarra is now unavailable.
Unavailable witness.
I think and this is where I'm hamstrung, because I've never spoken to his lawyer, so I don't really know what he means about not advising him to testify.
Well, I can't say how I would rule about that, depending on, but I sort of hear an objection coming about hearsay.
Correct.
Is what it amounts to. Until we get there, I can't tell you about that. I mean,
Okay. I think we're about there.
I believe you.
Yeah.
So
if they want to take him down, that's fine.
Do you want to be heard anymore?
No, I guess other than before a final decision is made, maybe I can speak to his lawyer, who I've never spoken to. So I don't know.
The defense might rest right here.
Do you want to step out and see if you can talk to Mr. Everhart?
Yes, sir.
Another 10-minute break.
I'm okay with that. If he's in the car, I guess you can get him. I mean, so.
May I step out to do that?
Sure.
We'll wait right here. Okay, this went from wild to absolutely crazy very, very quickly. Defense for their next witness, after they've already talked. I mean, we've got Stephanie Slayton, who did not want to be on camera, who apparently was romantically involved with Jose's brother. She testified and said that the day of or the day after, she was just hanging out outside with the brother, and the brother's like, "Hey, what's going on?" And she says, "Oh, somebody died, and it happened back there in the fields. I know that's the path you take to work. If you know anything, you should say it. You should let people know." And at that point, he whipped out his Google Translate, says something to it, and holds the phone up to her, and it says something to the effect of, "My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to..." No, it was not that one. It wasn't that. It was you. If you tell them, I'll tell them you did it, and I'll kill you too. Okay, and it's like, what? Like the conversation, it was not a smooth transition. It was clearly a lost in translation moment. And yes, it was like that. So then that's her testimony, plus she was drunk. And okay, really at this point, as a fact finder, I'm just going to go ahead and pretend that last 10 minutes didn't happen, because I have no tools to process what I heard. It was bad. Now for the next witness, they're calling the brother, Jose's brother, on the stand. He happens to be in federal custody. They dragged him in here. They transported him. I don't think it was even in Georgia. I don't know where it was, but they transported him all the way down here. The state has never talked to him or his lawyer, but they moved him here just in case. Just in case. He does have representation because he does face federal charges for falsifying a green card. He's in custody for that. Turns out the lawyer they thought he didn't have, because there was a conflict. And now there's a new lawyer, and the new lawyer doesn't want him to testify. But defense doesn't tell the judge that until, he's on the stand? And they're like, I know he doesn't want to, the lawyer doesn't want him to testify, but we sort of want to ask him questions anyway, judge, if that's okay. No, it's not okay. The lawyer specifically told you, no, my client will not testify. When you're represented by a client, the lawyer can make certain calls, and that's one of the calls he can make. It's like, no, my client wishes not to testify. And then you have to sort of obey that. And so he says, okay, so if he doesn't testify, and we wanted to ask him a couple things, then we have this other witness we'd like to call, who will then give hearsay testimony about what the brother said under the unavailable witness, rules that, because the witness is not available, we're going to allow this hearsay in. Wow. And so the state says, stop. Let me call that lawyer and just see what's up. Because the lawyer's in the car. He can't be here right now. He should be here. He's not. We thought defense would be boring. If defense can't do this, if they can't get Diego to testify and they can't get the hearsay witness, they are done. I don't think they have anybody else. I think they're done. So defense rests on the drunk neighbor who had an affair with Diego. We rest our case. Clearly, all the best evidence is in. Wild, just like that. You went to court with this as your plan? You sat down with your attorneys and said, yeah, let's tell the judge this. That'll help. I don't even understand how it got this far. This was not a plan at all. So now we have, right now, the prosecution is out in the hallway calling Diego's lawyer. Diego's the brother that's in federal custody for the immigration issue with his falsified green card. Something might be worked out there. It's possible the state can say, oh, as long as you only ask him questions about this, I'll say go ahead and testify. Which, hang on, can we just back up to the moment where Stefani Slayton, I think it's Steph, Stephanie. I think the V is supposed to be a P, but where she tried to plead the fifth about having an affair. We used the word affair. That's not the word the prosecution used. Yeah, the prosecution used a naughty word, and they said it started with F. Stephanie used a different word. She used the full word. You can't plead the fifth about that. Oh, okay, in that case, then I did. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Oh, by back, I mean we're back up to the judge's bench, trying to hammer out the details of how we're going to move forward. This case is wild. And all on the last hour of the last day of this case, it just went off the rails. Did the SpaceX launch go well, Gally May? Sorry, I said Gally May. Took his headphones off. He took his headphones off because he was going to have his brother on the stand. He can understand his brother just fine. He doesn't need a translator. And the brother would have a translator, or there would be a translator for the questions asked to the brother, and so he could listen to that. Man, 60 minutes to launch. Got time. The evidence was convincingly complete. Man, the fireworks were not at the Diddy hearing today. They were here. I don't know what's happening with Diddy. That's one we're not going to follow for obvious reasons. Never dreamed the defense thought they had a case. I still don't think they do. But they're trying. Their client says he wants to fight it in court, and they're putting up a fight. His fingerprint on her phone, in her blood. Case closed. Yeah, it's terrible. Did anyone get a bingo from today's testimonies? You should have got blackout. We covered everything. Okay, they're still all up at the judge's bench. There's a sidebar going on, which we're not allowed to hear. Oh, nice. Okay, we've got a call coming in, and I just got a picture of the neighbor. Amber, how are you doing?
I'll make this super quick. Good, how are you?
Good.
Today has just been wild all over. So on top of this being a bench trial case, with no jury, which is our first, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Then having federal witnesses in custody. I know we've had other witnesses in state custody, but never federal custody, I don't think.
I don't know. I was thinking Zachariah Anderson. Was that federal?
He had a federal case, but he was in state custody.
Okay.
I remember that one. I had to talk to the attorney.
Yeah, I remember you making that call.
I made that call.
Yeah.
And then something else that just seems to be extremely rare is that 2 Georgia state rested their cases today.
Young
And it
Thug?
looks like the Young Thug's case rested today. And it looks like their defense case isn't calling any witnesses and is going to rely on their own cross-examination of their witnesses. So it looks like we might be in closing arguments together with this case and that case.
Well,
I
maybe-
thought I'd make it more wild.
Maybe if these 2 cases would get off the docket, they can, get caught up with all the people who are sitting in custody for 350 days, no indictment. Georgia's behind. Georgia doesn't know what a speedy trial is, although this one is. I mean, this happened this year. This is a speedy trial for Georgia.
I just thought I'd throw the extra question here.
For the day.
Okay, here we go. They're back.
Up at 8:30 in the morning with the balance of the defense case, and then go forward from there. If you'll take Mr. Ibarra back downstairs, and we'll just have him back over here in the morning, unless it changes. How about that?
Changes. Unless it changes. Did you hear that? Unless it changes, we're just gonna go with it. So we are extending this out one more day. Apparently, okay.
Well, Jared, if y'all stay where you are, so you can take.
It's hot mic still. Hang on.
You want a little time between.
I hear chains rattling. Diego's getting transported back out. No picture, just the seal on the wall. That's all that's available. They said we're going to take it up tomorrow morning. 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're going to have time to watch the space launch. I don't think there's going to be a plea. But again, this ended with the weirdest firework type situation. Let me see if I can go back to. Let's go to 2. Okay, nothing there. Let me go back. I want to listen if we can. I want to find that exact clip where the neighbor lady cut out. I think I can bring you back that audio, that part that we missed. So give me just a second here. Okay, we're gonna. I think it's about right here. Let's see. Go to 3. Let's shrink that one down. And bring this up instead. Okay. Give me just a second. We've got to find the clip where the neighbor lady sort of. Okay, I think it's right here. Let's listen in. Going back to Stephanie.
What day did you first speak to police about what you had observed?
We're rewatching this with Stephanie.
On February 22nd.
Okay, and that was in the evening? Or
This is where it goes off the rails, guys.
You want that to roll down those stairs.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. So you said first on February 22nd. What time of the day was that?
That was my birthday, and I know that I wanted just to sleep in. I'm guessing around 12 or 11.
11 or 12 in the evening?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's dark outside when this is happening?
And no, it was in the midday on the 22nd.
It was the morning, the midday evening.
At some point, did you have a conversation with a man named Diego Ibarra about the case?
That was on the evening. It was dark then.
Can you just very briefly describe what happened?
Yes, ma'am. He came and sat next to me at my patio furniture in front of my apartment. And there was like foot traffic with law enforcement circling around the apartment. And he asked me what was happening. And so I told him that there was somebody who had passed away in the back of our apartment. And I knew that...
One second. We're going to pause this for a second because I've got two audio things going on. I need to turn off the other one. Like some video started playing in the background that I don't want. We're going to go back and listen to this audio really quickly, but I don't need whatever seagulls are playing in the background. At least you guys don't need that. Okay, there we go. All right, ready, back to 3. Play on.
To go to work, to the bus stop back there. And so I was talking to him, and like, he speaks broken English, I speak broken Spanish, okay? So I told him, if you have seen anything or heard anything out of the normal, you need to say something now, because if you see anything out of the ordinary, then now's the time to say something, because this poor girl has lost her life, and her parents need, some closure. And then that moment, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, what did he do in response to you asking him to share what he knew about the case?
Well, at that moment, 2 police officers walked up to me and him, and they asked me what we were talking about. And I told them exactly what I just relayed to you guys just now. And they was like, okay, so they walked off. And the very moment they walked off, he spoke into his phone. He has a translator app, and he was speaking into it, and then he turned it around, so it translates into English, like words, where I could read it and understand. And verbatim, he said, if you tell them, I will tell them you did it, and then I will kill you too.
I don't have any further questions.
Whoa. Okay, so this is Diego talking to his girlfriend.
So you speak Spanish? Very, very not fluently at all. A little bit.
Very not fluently.
And did Diego speak to you in English? His broken English, and I spoke broken Spanish. So I don't think that our messages got under. That's the, I'm just saying. I don't know what his frame of mind was.
They knew just enough of each other's language to hook up, apparently.
I'm sure that the way we speak, that sometimes things get misinterpreted.
And you told us that this one statement that he told you, the one you just ended on.
Yes, ma'am.
Which was, if you what? Say it one more time for me.
He said, if you tell them, then I will tell them that you did it, and then I will kill you too.
And that was over Google Translate?
It was on some kind of translator app. I'm not sure which one.
On his phone?
On his phone.
And you read that from his phone?
Yes, he turned it around. I never touched it, so I could see it.
And he never told you he killed her, correct?
No.
He never told you that he saw her, correct?
No.
He never told you anything about Laken Riley's murder,
no,
is
ma'am.
that correct?
No, ma'am.
He said to you, if you tell them, like, who was he referring to?
The police officers that just walked off, I'm guessing.
So if you tell them what? Because he didn't tell you what. He just says, if you tell them, I will tell them that you killed her and I will kill you. That's what he said.
Ma'am, I can't speculate on what his intentions were or what he was talking about. I'm just relaying the message of what he said.
And prior to that, before he says this to you through
Translate app.
Yes, ma'am.
You're sitting there kicking it with him, I guess, and talking about a murder. And what I heard you say was, Diego asked you what was happening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he didn't know what was happening, right?
No, ma'am.
And that's because your police or your apartment complex was literally being swarmed by an army of police officers, right?
It wasn't like the 23rd, but it was a lot there.
Yeah,
Yes,
lots,
ma'am.
lots of police officers.
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
And you and he are just outside of your apartments, right?
I sit outside my apartments at nighttime.
This is worth a re-listen.
Outside my residence on a daily basis. He lives next door to me.
Mm-hmm. And so y'all are sitting out there while all these police are around.
Yes.
And this whole conversation begins with him asking you what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And you tell him what?
And I told him that there had somebody had passed away behind our apartments. And I said, now I know like that you go through that path to go to work in the mornings. And I said, if you know anything, or just like if you've heard anything out of the ordinary, please say something.
And that's and these preceding conversations that you had, where Diego asked you what's up, and you tell him what happened. How are y'all doing that communication?
Well, we were like speaking into broken, we could understand but I don't know how to explain it. I could speak a little bit of Spanish, you could speak a little bit of English, ma'am, and somehow we get it.
Your impression is that you got it, right?
My impression is that I can't make an impression right now because I can't speculate on that.
I can't make an
impression. So your birthday was that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do for your birthday?
I was just hung out of the house. In fact, there was a lot going on that day, and I was upstairs with all the rest of the neighbors wondering what was going on.
And did you celebrate for your birthday?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you do that?
I drank alcohol.
Okay. Who'd you drink with?
Myself.
And any other people?
No.
And you eventually end up talking to the GBI about what you just told us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Next day, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And when you talked to the GBI the next day, were you under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
And in fact, Ms. Slayton, you've had a sexual relationship with Diego Ibarra, is that correct?
I plead the fifth.
You don't have a constitutional right to plead the fifth about a sexual relationship. Okay, you did, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, when the GBI interviewed you on the 23rd day of February 2024, you actually told them at some point you got mad at Diego because you felt that he was having sex with another woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember saying that to them?
Yes.
Okay. And that you had actually purchased
Okay. Anyway, that's where I cut to another feed there. But that's the part we missed. Holy cow. This is just, yeah, I'm not going to go through the F word again. We don't need to play that. You guys know what it sounds like. You can't plead the fifth about certain things. And one of them having a relationship, it has to be illegal for you to plead the fifth, right? It has to be an illegal activity for you to be able to say, I plead the fifth on that. Otherwise, because pleading the fifth is not incriminating yourself in something that was illegal. She's not hard to find if you want to see what she looks like, but we're not going to dox her. I'm going to hide her picture right here, as a matter of fact. Yes, it's pretty easy to cyber stalk somebody and see what they look like. I don't know where to go from there. We have defense now, after Stephanie Slayton, defense wanted to call Diego to the stand. Diego was the person who supposedly Stephanie Slayton was having the conversation with, and he did the whole Google Translate situation with. They brought him in. They hauled him in from wherever he's been held in federal custody. They hauled him in, brought him in chains onto the stand, and then defense says, oh, by the way, he's represented and his attorney says he can't talk to us, but we'd like to do it anyway. So judge, help us out here. The state obviously said, I'm not comfortable moving forward. He's got representation. I don't know exactly what the representation said. I'd feel more comfortable if I heard it from the horse's mouth myself. So she went out to call the lawyer to say, look, where do you really stand on this? Can we talk to your guy or not? We don't know what the answer was there, but apparently we're in like a holding pattern. It's possible that tomorrow we move forward with Diego on the stand and his lawyer present. That's like best case scenario for the defense, I think, because then they get to ask the questions. I think it's best case for us because then we get to hear the answers, and then that should be the last witness for defense. Diego, the brother, the brother is. It's oh man, this whole trial has been good. Can you believe it's only 3 days into this trial? So much has happened in so little time. It is absolutely wild. I love bench trials for this reason. I love them. We need to find more of them. Man. We will be back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Well, we'll be back probably 8:15-ish to start the live stream, as Court will be back at 8:30, and we'll know what happens then a little better. Will there be more witnesses? Will we hear from Diego with the lawyer? Will we have more wild fireworks? Bombs dropped in court like we did today. Crazy. Yes to all the answers. Yes. Today was boring until I left for 10 minutes and then it went off the rails. Missy, we were waiting for you to go. No, just kidding. It happens that way. Go back, watch it on the replay. It was nuts. We watched it twice. We had some feed cut out, so we went back and grabbed it again. But I think we got the gist of it after all that. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning with day 4. What might be the last day, the very last day in the Georgia versus Jose Ibarra murder trial. We could be done. The judge might make his decision tomorrow. I don't know. Anything can happen. We could have a plea tomorrow. We could have a whole other slew of witnesses. Don't plan on anything. Keep your schedule open. It's definitely something you're not going to want to miss, because I can tell you when it does happen, it will happen fast, because this is a bench trial. No jury delays involved at all. You guys have a good night. Thank you very much. Thanks to our amazing mods. We will see you tomorrow, which will be Hump Day. Be here early for the Hump Day yell. Wear headphones. I promise make your ears ring. It'll be great. All right. You guys have a good one. Bye.
Because he's the guy.